Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GAN's plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Hello, friends, neighbors, creatures of the universe, agents of peace, or ambassadors for peace. Mr. Keshe is looking for many ambassadors for peace. This is the Keshe American Knowledge Team for October 9th, 2022. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skorick and Randy as a co-host as well. So we do welcome you back to this roundtable discussion. Today, I think we're going to be going through a number of clips just to give you some highlights. Of course, unless you listen to the entire workshop, you may not get all the points. And even if you do, sometimes these points go over our head or under our feet or what have you. Mr. Keshe has opened up with discussing about talking about teaching through the soul. So I'm looking forward to this. Hopefully he goes that way. Maybe his soul doesn't feel like teaching that day, and we'll be able to communicate whether we have Zoom or we don't have Zoom. Don't know if everyone will be able to do that, but eventually they will when they seek out this knowledge, I think, or become excited about this knowledge or just want to connect. He said, we've had these skills for so long, and we've just forgotten how to use them. And we're getting reintroduced in a way to the beauty of our creation. As was said by the Creator, I made the man in the image of myself. So we're going to hear a little clip about that. Today, I'd like to stress, of course, the satellites again. Mr. Keshe is saying we need hundreds and hundreds of these satellites. So we leave it up to you in your place, in your position, to find a way to sign up and become one of these souls that are used in a way. He said, we use your structure to elevate some of these 150 or 200 world leaders till they come to the point of realizing peace, probably signing the World Peace Treaty, getting excited about the knowledge, and become an advocate of this understanding for their populations as well as the others, as they already are well recognized. But it'll be up to them and their soul, depending on whether they become elevated and want to do away with themselves because the soul of physicality just doesn't want to cooperate. I don't know, but there are many things going on in the background. We're going to hear about the doctors in Germany. Again, a phenomenal revelation that people will be able to address this Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, autism, illnesses or conditions that we find on this planet. So a team is getting set up there in Germany. And of course, he said we'll have the largest or one of the bigger medical facilities of the Keshe Foundation will be located in Uruguay. And I know that Santi is probably working on that every single day until it's completed. We'll also hear a little bit about Mark Ray, which is a stock corporation, which he mentioned at the end of the workshop. And again, I had to laugh when he said that we're selling the knowledge of the Creator in the stock market. But that's the way it's done here. So it's just a penny stock. It's fully compliant with all the rules and regulations of any stock market. Eventually, I guess the Arizona facility will be doing some manufacturing. So we'll hear a little bit more about that as well. But the main idea is to create a network of satellite souls, or to come into Linz and be part of an actual experience, helping them develop the system. And I know he goes into the explanation, the difference between the mobile process, which helps them develop and understand their own system, and the system that's being developed for the mobile. So the mobile, you would actually go in there, or perhaps not, and it helps them to add to the knowledge of how the system works. With the satellites, you won't come into Linz. your soul or your structure of your soul will be used to flow, project, elevate this group of world leaders. He said at one time they're going to bring in a number of them at a time, or another point, he said we'll bring in one at a time. So whether it's one at a time or a group, this is the way the change is going to come on this planet. Not so much, as he said, teaching on blackboards and telegrams and emails, but through the elevation of the souls, which apparently the past prophets did not understand. This way of creating the change is through the elevation of the souls. So we encourage everyone, and that's what I'll try to focus a little bit on today. But just to hear Mr. Keshe mention this idea of the, okay, let me move this out of the way here. The understanding or this new procedure of teaching through the soul. And let's just hear what he had to say. We know it's possible. He's broached the subject in the past that the knowledge will be conveyed through the soul. This is the way some of the people in the foundation will actually feed other people or nourish other people, is through your soul. So again, I don't understand it all. I'm just holding a little piece of the carpet, but that's what we're all doing in a way. And it's a rather large carpet, so probably that's why they need hundreds and hundreds more satellites. But let's hear what Mr. Keshe said in this beginning part of perhaps teaching us through the soul.
Go ahead, Mr. Keshe.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, good day to you. As usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers of the Keshe Foundation, KSI Knowledge Seekers programs, we welcome you back, and in a way, we welcome you back with open arms, and hopefully sooner or later we'll learn more and more. Maybe these teachings will go on the soul level, that we don't need to have a laptop or an iPhone or a mobile phone or a computer to listen to. It's the time I wish to open my soul to teach, and you listen through your soul, doesn't matter where you are. The limitation of time and space will be out of the window. And in so many ways, mankind will become aware of a new way of communication in how he decides to communicate. Would the silence be part of this communication when my soul does not want to teach? Or would it be the time when you can come and take from the soul at any time? Does not matter, that it doesn't have to be a Thursday 10 o'clock teaching. I remember when we opened the KFSI first groups, we had a bunch of people with us, 6, 7 of them, and one of the knowledge seekers came to me and said, you have to give everything to us. Whatever is in your head is ours. It belongs to us. We own it. And I said, what?
So that could be a new way. And I was just thinking that perhaps if the internet is interrupted or cables are cut or communication lines, now we don't need a laptop. We don't need a Zoom. We don't need a telegram either. We just open our souls anytime that you want to absorb more of the teaching. And of course, being quiet, I would imagine you'd be silent. So as Mr. Keshe said, you don't always have to talk to communicate. There's a silent line of communication. And this could be one of the ways in the future. I know he's doing it now. I think last workshop or the one before, he said we're actually going to be working on your soul during the workshops. So there may be something else going in the background. As he said, he's a master magician and a master of disguise. So we never know. Even people going into the system, they think they're there for one reason, and because of the testing that's going on in the background, other things come to the fore. So we don't actually have a full understanding of what Mr. Keshe is doing, except the end result, which is world peace and bringing man into space to meet our brothers and sisters in the universal community, which may sound strange to some of you because of all the jargon that's been put out in the mass media, let's say. We don't know what their mission is, or they're here for another reason, and so on and so forth. But we're finding out more and more. And these systems in Linz are not only for us to elevate or to travel in the universe, but it's also for the universal community to come here as they're making these accommodations. So they've probably seen more. I know he mentioned one or maybe two times, but at least once, where they had a member of the universal community hiding in the clothes of a man be revealed in the system. So we may hear and understand more about that, or they may be way ahead and realizing some of us may not be ready to see what's actually been transmuted into the system in Linz, or interact with them, at least at this point. So there's probably a lot of things going on in the background, but it's not only for us to elevate, it's also to prepare the conditions to basically integrate humanity with the universal community. So there's actually, it's a two-way street. It's not just a one-way line of communication or a one-way travel. Perhaps we'll even visit some of their locations, and we'll invite them to visit some of our locations here and show them around, as we are experts in operating more or less in the matter state. Before we go any further, though, I'd like to bring the World Peace Treaty here. And of course, this is a simple document which we've been reading week after week. The same document that the world leaders, religious leaders, are going to be endorsing and probably promoting within their nations once they become elevated. I know they're aware of the knowledge. All the world leaders are aware of Mr. Keshe, and they talk about him and his technology amongst themselves, but not really to their nationals. So as we start to energize the satellite system, they will feel the elevation of their souls and then pledge their nations to peace, or pledge themselves to peace. And this will be catching on from one to the other, especially when they know the technology and the conditions facing their nations. So we're about to see some big changes. And again, he's working on universal time. When everything is ready and in the right place, the switch will be turned on. But until that point in time, we keep working and understanding more, playing with the technology, what we can, and sharing the knowledge with the others. But once this bigger switch is put on, the satellites are in place, we're going to make observations, I think, over the next 7 and 14 days, from once the souls of leaders have been brought to Linz, to see the change in their behavior, to see what they bring out in the public. So this may be, again, a process. It doesn't always happen in one go, but we don't have a lot of them to really work with, a small amount compared to the hundreds of millions of knowledge seekers, or hundreds or thousands will be participating as an extension, as a satellite of the Linz system. So this is the simple document that Mr. Keshe said the world leaders, religious leaders, will be signing. We call it the World Peace Treaty. You can give it to someone. You can ask them to print it out, to display it. And it's just acknowledging, I guess, in the matter state, by signing it, that it's your wish to see peace on this planet. And I think many people have that wish internally, although they don't want to appear in public as saying that sometimes, because so many people would be offended by world peace, or say that it'll never happen on this planet. It'll be millions of years before anything ever changes like this. But now we know it's right on the doorstep. So Mr. Keshe is inviting everyone to be part of this satellite system. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? It's a very simple document. If not, I'll read it. World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, except to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We, shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this, we or I all agree and swear with our or my, and you would delete as appropriate. So if you're here for yourself, for your soul, you'd cross out the rest. If you're pledging peace for the nation, you'd cross out everything but the nation. Simply put your name, signature, date, position on behalf of, again, is it on behalf of an individual? Are you pledging your soul to peace? This is all about you and your soul, or you can stand in the balance, perhaps for your religion, for your entire city, your town, your territory, or your nation. Have it witnessed, signature, date, position held. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And we do know the Creator has many faces, and this is what we're discovering. So the Creator is in the ladybug as well as it's in the large tree or the bush or another human being. And this is what we're trying to get to the point of seeing when we look at another individual. If we can't see or don't want to see the physicality, what do we see? Just a star in the other souls. And as we know, the matter state is the illusion and the dream state is the reality. So you can just dream that there's a soul in that bug or that insect or that bird, and that's what you're actually seeing. The matter state is a little bit confusing. You see the wings and the tail of a bird and you think that's the bird, but really it's the energy source inside it, which is this soul, which we're getting to understand more, which of course has been blocked by certain religions, or most of all the religions, so they could cash out our pocket and never allow us to truly discover our soul. So as I said, one of the things we're going to share was the question from Ruthie from China about the resurrection. And Mr. Keshe said, and we're making a video of it in the USKF TV about the resurrection. And he said, this is what we're teaching you in Linz, or this is what we're showing you in Linz. And of course, it's been all confused through mysticism, and other people have taken it and created a religion or created some sort of mystical thing. This is my body, this is my blood, do it as often, and all that, which is going to be going out the window now that the man realizes that he can resurrect himself. And this is the key to the eternal life. So we've heard Mr. Keshe announce himself quietly, though, in certain places and times as the Mekti. And now, of course, he's teaching, showing how we can live forever. I think you're playing off the physicality against the energy, or you could stay in the physicality if you'd like that too. But just remember, when you go to a certain place and position, the fields in that area are going to force you to manifest based on those conditions. So you'll have the same soul of physicality, but you may appear totally different. And I think this is what we'll see in Linz as he changes the conditions from one unit starting on Earth and then going to the moon. You will see a different manifestation in that chair, and it might only be so big, as big as a coin, or it might be bigger. I don't know. But would you love that entity as much as you did when you saw it in the physicality? This will be some questions to be answered. So this is our World Peace Treaty. Please print it, give it to one person. You may just elevate their soul by just allowing them to read it, and just them signing it on their own. Between them and their soul will create a position of elevation. As I said, I'd like to cover a little bit of what Mr. Keshe now. And we are going to go to a little bit farther in the workshop about these satellites. Okay, so we're going to go about over to here. And Mernez was asking a question about this time, but here Mr. Keshe will cover he'll cover hundreds and hundreds of satellites that we need. He'll cover the doctors in Germany, which will be up and coming and running in the very near future, as I understand it, for Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and autism. We'll hear a little bit more about the Mark Ray Corporation, which will be ending up to be one of the largest corporations ever in the United States. So let's hear this part, and then we're going to go to the actual question from Ruthie, where we're finding more about the resurrection, which is partially what all these teachings are all about.
Mobile, we try to move you from your place into Linz. It's a different application, different participation.
I'm just going to back that up a little. He gives the explanation between the, I thought I had it at the right, okay, let's see if we can just start it from here. And of course, this was the Biomed conference. I think it was in Las Vegas. Yes, Las Vegas, Nevada, that Mr. Keshe spoke at. We'll mention this briefly in a moment.
Once the court case is completed, how they've used us giving interviews, us bringing people as even teachers, pretending to be teachers, to get access to the database of the Keshe. It's amazing how things are done, but we learn ourselves. And this is, I think, it's the only interview or presentation I give once a year to this guy, or twice, because it's an international structure in US.
Anyway, I don't know where the recording is of this meeting. They may have it, or you may find it on their website. But Mr. Keshe, in general, he went through the basic parameters of what's going on in Linz, what the foundation is doing, a new type of flight and so on. Not really flight, he said, but positioning. And they've already put through 100 and 150 people through the system. They'll soon be moving people across the planet. He also mentioned in here in this meeting about signing up as a mobile system, or I don't know if he mentioned the satellites or not, but he did go into the testing that's going on there. And all the testing Mr. Keshe is doing in Linz is just to make it more comfortable. Well, they're learning, but also to make it more comfortable for us and the universal community, probably to be able to transmute us somewhere else, and those in the universal community to be able to manifest here. He said we're creating certain conditions so they'll feel welcomed and they'll feel comfortable here. So again, all this testing is not just for me and you and the rest. This is for also the universal community, which again is another whole understanding in a way. But not really, because they're your sort of not lost, but brothers and sisters you haven't really seen or interacted with, and you may not see them. You may interact with them on the energy level. One of the most exciting things I think he mentioned here in this meeting is the Biomed Expo, was that they had a direct line to NASA. In every step of the testing that's going on in Linz and every understanding is being shared with NASA. Now, NASA cannot no one on this planet can replicate the system that's in LINS. But they're being told step by step what's happening, the developments that's happening, and it's all out in the open for the space agency to see. I know this week they tried to launch the test rocket to go around the moon and back, but again, another problem with a leaking line or a fuel problem or something along that line. So they're really struggling at this point. I don't know what it is, bad parts or something is not connected correctly, but they're really having a tough time getting a rocket off the ground. And of course, you do want to be very careful. Any little system problem, better to bring it back. I guess they're going to have to walk it back from the launch pad back to the research center and work on it in that manner. So that flight may be delayed another 30 or 60 days. But as he told this gentleman in this meeting here, he kept saying, the gentleman that was hosting, you know, we want to bring 500 tons to Mars. How can we do that, Mr. Keshe? Very simply, in the energy, whether it's 1 ton or 1 kilo, we're just moving things the way the universe works, understanding this energy and this positioning. So hopefully it'll be available. I know that he said that we did create the 129 Tesla using just a 12-volt battery and very little equipment. But he talked about the people going to the moon, taking tools, taking cameras, taking a backpack, maybe even finding the Israeli satellite, I guess, that went down on the moon and bringing it back instantaneously for repair. So anyway, another beautiful meeting, even though the Zoom wasn't functioning properly. Mr. Keshe wasn't able to pull up a whiteboard and do some drawings. He had to actually explain everything verbally, but he was very patient and worked through it. And it was about an hour-long meeting. So hopefully you'll find that and listen to more of it. But there was basically, it was covering the general information that he covers in the workshops and what he shares with us in a general way. But let's hear more about these satellites. This seems to be what he said. There's some more strength in our collective ability to be as satellites. We give more strength to it, as I understand it. But let's listen.
We'll keep you in the picture very soon. What's going on?
Mr. Keshe, just last thing about satellite people who come for satellite or other enhancement. I imagine, do you have a place for people who want to do it privately without others not knowing they're there?
What do you mean?
Like maybe people who want to come to be satellite, or they want to
Satellite, you don't come to LINS. Satellite people, you stay in your own country. You don't need to travel. Those who come from transmutation, they come to Keshe Foundation, LINS. Satellites, you stay put in your homes. We use your structure in a different way. The mobile, people who sign for mobile, we try to move you from your place into LINS. It's a different application, different participation.
And has to be, the person has to fill the application and
Yes. It's exactly the same. You want to be satellite, you still have to register, you still have to pay the fees. If you're what do you call mobile, it's the same. And if you come to LINS, now the team in LINS have gone 2 ways. We have the people who come from transmutation. We have some people in the past applied to just do the to be part of the trial test of the simulation. We have separated a couple of days to complete those, but each one is different. But we need a lot of satellite people. It's just strengthening the change.
Or maybe some people.
Pardon?
Please continue.
We're setting up, in a way, we are looking for ambassadors of peace. In a way, we are looking for structuring the opening of a new dimension. It's not that you become just to be there. We are looking for people who volunteer their soul to spread. When the time comes in the near future, then what comes from us to them to their own language, translation, and people. You will understand very soon. We can do that with all the souls of humanity, Margot. But as it goes by culture, language, and whatever, we have to change the ingrain of the man. And this is the only way it can be done. You had enough messengers. None of them managed to do it. This time, we...
So you see, he said we have to change the ingrain of the man. You've had enough messengers, but none of them understood how to do this.
Do it through the message of the soul directly from that. We need hundreds and hundreds of satellite people. And it's the same with the people. With those who volunteer for mobile, is for us developing technology. There's no other participation in it. But satellite people become like the members of Universal Council. They become the arm length of them in a way once it's completed. It's something you need to accept to be part of and commit yourself to it.
Yes, and for example, in enhancement units, is it some people may need some more time? They're in middle of something. Do they have to cut after 30 minutes or something?
We don't do that. It's just that with the enhancement unit, especially with the transmutation, we spend 1, 2, 3 hours doing things. Is when you come in for transmutation, is for us to perfecting our system, understanding our own system, understanding the limitation of. When you, as I said to a couple of our knowledge seekers who came in for transmutation, next time when they come, please get a train and come to Linz. Do not come in a car. Get a bus or get a plane. Don't drive to Linz, because if you came by, what do you call it, transmutation, we send you back, or people who come to us for testing transmutation, as part of it, we'll send you back, your car stays behind.
So there, he's just cut the cost of travel. Somebody said a round trip is just as expensive almost as a one-way, or it's just a little bit more. But Mr. Keshe said, don't bring your car, come on a bus, a train, or a plane, because we're going to send you back to your home through this transmutation process.
You want us to do with it? Man creates a lot of debris. In the next few weeks, we'll get to that point.
Very interesting.
Where you got to understand, it's hidden in our work a lot. Like today, you listen to the wishes of the two beautiful women there, that they send a wish to their mom, and the mom received it. The next time the wish is, I want to be home with mom, but I'm in Linz. There are reasons we do this test. It's not just we done a test and mom wished and they wished and the mom. Now they know the location, they know the number. Next time we create a facility, they can go to mom cooks a dinner, they can bring it back to Linz and they can share it with the brother and sister. And this is what we gave to the Americans. in the coordination of the peace. When we suggested to the Americans the 5+1 talk originally, Obama, was give us an object, we deliver it, you'll get someone in Iran who knows your work, and then they you give us a signed paper, we deliver it for you to the White House. And the Americans knew there was no joke.
And I think that original agreement of the treaty between Iran and the United States was 2015. So he was ready to transmute something from Iran back to the White House. And he said the Americans knew it was no joke.
So we need people for the things we put up. Satellite people have got nothing to do with the mobile. If you sign for a mobile, that's a mobile. You sign for a satellite, is a job for life. You volunteered to support the humanity to work the change. You're a satellite, you spread to those who understand your strength of your knowledge, the strength of the soul in the language. There's a very clear cut between us. I know a lot of knowledge. So I don't want a mobile, I want to be a satellite. But can I understand what each one stands for? You can sign in for a satellite and a mobile. It's not one or the other. You can come in, test and then go back. We have people who are volunteering their family that they want to be on a satellite or a mobile.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you very much.
It's the same with now with the process which we have started in Germany with Parkinson. The results are amazing. Is done by the doctors, knowledge seekers who are expert in it, and they accept the responsibility of changing, to bring that change. And they take that condition up as doctors and they bring the change, adding the knowledge to it. But they are the satellites of what I call their own, what I call the knowledge of the medicine. And we try to expand these positions. Very soon, Keshe Foundation will be in Uruguay as one of the major medical centers in South America. And everything is done for it. And we deliver, and then we process the same.
It would sound to me like the doctors are also an extension of the satellites, as well as the artists. So that's a very interesting point. He said they're working their way as a satellite through the medical end of it as an extension, again, in spreading the knowledge. So he said there's beautiful work going on in Germany. I don't think we've seen any of it yet, but it's being tested and worked on in the background. And as we know, Mr. Keshe has personally done many of these things himself over the years, because he is carrying this full knowledge, and now he's sharing the specifics of how it's done. It's a science and technology.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for this.
I tried to end the questions, Mr. Keshe, but there are a couple that should be answered perhaps. Steph is wondering, when she comes to do the transformation, before to visit the other unit to fly to the moon or some other place, is it the same unit and are they different units? And can she choose to do both on
What do you
one day?
mean?
I guess the
Who?
Steph, I believe it is, S with a heart here in our chat,
Yeah.
in the Q&A.
What does it say?
As far as I can tell, is it possible, she says, the German lady, is it possible when I come for the transformation to visit the other unit to fly to the moon? Are they the same unit or are they different units? And can I choose to do both on one day?
It can be done, but you have to register for it, and we have to set the systems up for it. And if you're going to moon, you have to already set it up with us by now. That we know. People just come in and say, "Can you take me?" It's not a what do you call taxi service.
Okay, she can settle that out in the background, I guess.
What's the other question?
From Miguel, who asks, what can we do to join the Keshe Foundation Manufacturing Arizona?
At the moment, there is no plan for it for the time being for the next few weeks. We're working on part of the program, which is the larger scale of it, and then John will announce it to all our operation manufacturing in Arizona will be done through Markway. If Keshe Foundation decides, and when it goes into operation of manufacturing, it goes through our licensing, which is done with Markway. Markway Corporation, which is a stock market holding, which we already announced the licensing of it. Any production will go through Markway, and it will become one of the largest corporate management groups in the US once we start working on it. Because
sorry,
yeah,
go ahead.
Because even Markway is a stock market company. If you go on a panel of it, it says one of the influential people in the company is my name. And as a holder of the intellect, we do all operation to, as we have given license and it's in public, all operation manufacturing will go through Markway Corporation as they have been licensed to, and they have issued appropriate documents and it's been accepted by the stock market.
So again, just another opportunity to support the foundation through the Markway Corporation. If you do have stocks or a pension or anything like that, and you want to take a percentage of that and purchase some of the Markway, I think it's pretty low at 2.5 cents. I checked earlier. So you can make yourself, it's not for speculation, but it's more for supporting the foundation. And in the future, as he said, this will be one of the largest corporations ever in the history of the United States. So this just gives you an opportunity to support the foundation even more. And perhaps have a return. I'll repeat that he said we're selling the knowledge of God in the stock market. So I don't think anyone has ever said that before that I'm aware of, but he said that's the way it's done here. There's more to it. Of course, you can listen to the rest of it. It's at the end of the workshop. I'd like to play Ed's video if we could here, and this is the privilege of becoming a satellite soul. Again, it's not a lottery. You choose yourself, you sign up for it as your soul leads you. I guess I understand it that way. So you're picking yourself to be part of this lifetime job So if you don't have a job and you want to tell people you have some sort of job, you can say you're a satellite soul and then explain the rest of it to them. So we'll play this 5-minute video and then we'll go to the store to see where you can sign up for some of these beautiful processes or what's being offered by the foundation.
There is a huge burden on you who became satellites. Try to understand that with what happened in Linz this week and with the first test, we have set a precedence for the whole change of the structure. Your child cries, he doesn't talk, you reach his soul, you understand where the pain is. You have a mentally handicapped child. You want to know how you can bring the change. You reach the soul. Does the physicality matter? Those of you who are beautiful people will come to understand, to see all the members of the family within the one physical structure. We shall see from what we saw this week, end of what I call, or the beginning to an end of the knowledge of what we build and nourished as prisoners. We see an end to addiction. We see an end to criminality, and we see an end to kingship. We see the beginning of how we transmute people's soul, elevate them, nourish them, and like a dream you had, return back to them. What we saw this week in this, without a doubt, will bring massive changes to many of us. And as a head of Keshe Foundation and responsible for setting up the One Race Planet, as I have agreed before I arrived here, will endeavor to bring that as fast as possible to be applicable, that it brings a positive change. The world is going through a position of mayhem, not knowing uncertainty, and this uncertainty is creating more problems in the coming months and years, and we are here to use it to change the course for peace. We are not standing for elections, we are not standing to interfere with powers. We elevate the soul of the man in a very massive way. Now there are physical systems and it can be shown and it will be developed for all levels of understanding. This process of transmutation of the soul and transmutation of the soul of physicality, which is confirmed this week, will bring us many, many changes. Will bring us amazing amount of changes. I hope, as human race, as knowledge seekers, you understand what you have entered into and what you have brought to be, and what is about to come, and how much change it will come and bring for all of us.
I am a primary care physician, and
So if you want to be part of the change in bringing peace, you can sign up for the satellite system. As we've heard, the artists, I think, are part of it. The pottery makers are also part of this satellite, and so are the doctors in their own way, in their own craft, are being part of this. So here, there are a number of options to choose from. This is the plasma flight satellite system. This is the all-purpose plasma flight simulation experience, an all-purpose plasma flight simulation mobile experience, which again, they indicated that they are going to try to bring you into Linz. And I know he had said when we elevate the soul of the world leaders that they're going to have 20 or more people there in Linz in the flight room, as well as connected with the satellites, and something about bringing the world leaders to account for their behavior. Not that we're going to judge them or punish them. We're going to elevate and nurture them or nourish them, and then return the soul back to the physicality. Again, for anyone listening for the first time, this sounds beyond any capabilities of man, but we're working with the universal messenger, universal community, and working with our souls. So this is the way it's done. So if we scroll down a little bit farther here, there's a transmutation experience. And this is the first one, I believe, is the all-purpose plasma flight satellite. So you can bring the change as you desire it and to be part of it, and just to sign up with the foundation, and this is where you do it. Again, even a flight to the moon, and as he said, you should have signed up for that by now. You can see that here, as well as I think the Mars trip is there over here. They have a little different pricing structure, as you can see, 25,000 euro or 50,000 euro, depending on what fits into your budget. But we can all take place in this satellite and help bring the change for peace. And that's probably one of the reasons we're here. But we're all involved in it, whatever way you want to look at it. I don't understand completely the reason for the fee, but he said we do have a reason for it, which they'll explain later. Another instance, he said when you sign up for something for free, it doesn't mean as much to you, or if you get something for free, it's not as meaningful. Maybe that's part of it too. I'm not really 100% clear on that. So we leave it up to you. You can choose yourself the same way you've become a Universal Council supporter, Universal Council member. Now you have the opportunity to become a satellite, which is a lifelong position. I thought we'd go back to the 453 Knowledge Seekers Workshop, where we hear a question from Ruthie. And again, this is about the resurrection. He said, we're teaching you, or we're showing you the actual resurrection of what Christ did, which was supposed to be conveyed to us, but it ended up getting hidden and getting mystified and so on and so forth, so that you would really never understand it. I guess people took control of this, and it was supposed to be delivered in the way that it was delivered, but somehow people got their hands on it and thought they'd keep it as a secret, or not to share it, or not to fully understand it. So let's just go to where Ruthie asked this question. I think it's right around here, and see if we can listen. Again, this was the small teaching he did about the leaf, which there's many of them. And that will be in the background. So let's hear about this resurrection. I mean, I don't think you could talk to someone that's never heard this knowledge before and they would understand it, although their soul fully understands it. The doorman, or the soul of physicality, would say, poo-poo on this. This is just out of I don't have the field strength to even think that is possible, but we can keep elevating them, and that's what we're going to do, starting with the world leaders and then the rest, as I think there's many things that are going to come through, not only for the world leaders, but other things that we're going to use. And this is the way the Universal Council is going to operate in the future once they fully understand the strength and the capability of working on the soul level. So let's hear Ruthie. I think she asked this question.
Any other question?
Yes, I know you've covered that a couple of times in the past. Perhaps one of the knowledge seekers can remember which workshop it was, so they can get some further explanation on that. Okay, we have Lynn with a hand up here. Go ahead.
Okay, I have a question from a Chinese group. He said, hello, Mr. Keshe. I remember you said before that we don't need a flight system to fly, and I believe we can do because it has been done in the East, like in Buddhism, and also has recorded in Bible, such as Elijah ascended to heaven, became a fire. But most of this knowledge has been lost or distorted. Do you know anything about this? Can you share something with us how to achieve the body transformation through personal cultivation?
This is what now we are teaching in the Enhancement Center for people to do, gradually to understand. People who came in the first sessions of the Keshe Foundation first cycle as that we're testing the systems, now they've learned it. They don't need to be. They can tap in, they can connect. Now it's a knowledge which has to be shared. And as we heard, the fear of what can you do with it is half of that. And the fear of can I do it is the other half. Otherwise, we all have access to it. It's not a knowledge hidden somewhere in books or whatever. The only thing holding back to do, as we heard, as I said, with the couple, is ourselves, the fear we have. Transmutation and transportation has been part of the life of the man, and in a very, very, very beautiful way. But it's been now changed to what we call mysticism, is the life of Christ. This is it. At that time, the knowledge was to be transferred as transmutation of the soul and the physicality, and now it's become when the body of the Christ after so many days disappeared, and then they can't find it and the rest of it. And we see the extent of this mysticism goes into the world of Islam with Mehdi, which disappeared in the water well and are waiting for him to come out. It's understanding the transmutation and it doesn't have a space and time. The soul of Mehdi is the same soul as Christ, Muhammad, Moses, and the rest, in different time, position, and the rest. It's the same soul, it's no different, but with more knowledge of the time and the place, and according to time and the place. So, disappearing and appearing, the resurrection and the rest of it you talk about, is in a way what now you're learning about your own soul. The moving from one unit and resurrecting in the other. That's all it is. You call it resurrection, we call it transmutation because scientifically we can explain it and we see it today with the people who've gone through it. Thus was the lady going through, had the physical body left behind and resurrected with her husband on another unit, feeding her on his lap, and the shaking she was trying to transmute from the soul to physical dimension. What about the other couple and the others in past week? In a way, we are showing you the resurrection, nothing more. But is on the title or what you can accept scientifically as transmutation. How long would it take you to go from the left unit to the right? Milliseconds or weeks. On the way going from unit 1 to unit 2, you had other desires to go and see Niagara Falls, to go and see the grandma from last century. You just had a remembrance of her. And then by the time you had your friend, oh, it arrived 2 weeks. Are we going to pull our hair up? Oh, she disappeared. We lost the body and the rest of it. Or we wait patiently till you do your travels and you come back and join in. Are you resurrected or have you gone missing? The knowledge which you've just been taught or it's been explained and other people are explaining to you in the teaching is resurrection. In a very plain way. Did we choose the people? No, they chose themselves to be volunteers. Are we going to do something with it? Yes, we're going to expand it, that then it cannot become mysticism. Do you resurrect when you disappear, move into an airplane in London, the doors lock, and you appear in New York? Have you resurrected in New York or have you arrived in New York? Just because you brought the physicality and already imprisoned the soul. Now is the reverse. At that time, you could not talk about the technology and the knowledge which is shared today, and so openly millions of you listen to it, and oh, you're talking about the pure resurrection. Nothing more. I cannot tell you I resurrect you, but scientifically you can understand, you can transfer or transmute. Man likes to make different words for the same thing. So every man now has the capability of resurrection. But would the soul allow that resurrection? Would the criminal soul be allowed to go till it cannot clean its position? Now you understand that I told you, world leaders, we know who can transmute and who cannot. And they make criminal out of those who can, because they cannot do it because of their criminality. This is as simple as I can put it. What you heard today is a resurrection. We call it transmutation because we can explain it scientifically. Resurrection, elevation of the soul. The other person can confirm the arrival, the emotion of the cuddling each other of the partners. And it's in the daytime, it's in front of you. It's not done in the back door closed, and as I said, one of the knowledge seekers was standing without translating. How can you speak to a body which is gone and speak, listens, understand to what you want it to do? It is for us to understand what it is, what it's become. Could Buddha do it? If he reached the level of the lady who was in the machine yesterday, yes. Yesterday, we just had what I call bones on the skin. And when she came out, when we brought her out in the second system, she was warm because she knew she cannot transmute. Come to Linz with your partner and really to know your partner. how much you are devoted and how much is reality of the essence of the emotion. And come together and bring new dimensions to the light of life. We need to understand, we need to know that we cannot be abused in the space by another bunch who might call themselves the prophet, the magicians, or whatever you want to call it. Learn something from the history of Islam. In Christianity, you hide things in the holy water. They asked Muhammad, what's his name, what is the black seed? What can we do? Give us a medicine, a way that we in the deserts, we don't have many options. Give us something that has the power to cure most of our diseases. Muhammad said, let me think about it. They come back and he tells them, use the black seed. If you work and live around the dimension of Arab nations, you know what it is. And different ways of using it gives different result, different outcome. It's actually medicine, different way. Israelis have done so much research on this black seed, and they've seen so many different applications for it. It's actually a pharmacy on itself. If you use it, the root of it, the percentage of it, and whatever for different reasons. They didn't bring a magic. He understood the knowledge. Time of Christ, people were in what they call it magic games. So the holy water came into play and the rest of it, according to understanding of the people. Now you understand what it is, what it does, and how it is, and you're responsible for it. It cannot be hidden between the books anymore. There's millions of you listening. So call it Buddha, call it Christ. These people understood the work of the transfer and transmutation. And they hid it on the name of religion, and they could give them power. Or people who understood after they left, they use it as a mysticism to give themselves notoriety. Now we understand that we resurrect the lady yesterday. Or did she manage to reach that point of it herself? In the next step, when we can confirm condition of physicality, came that way. This is what I explained in a very, very simple way today, but now you ask a question, I open it for you to understand what was the purpose of it this morning. I said that if when the lady went from that system to the other, left the physicality behind, and the other partner felt that arrival, and now she turns up to be different color and shape, would he still honor her and love her the way he liked the other physicality? Many of you, when you transmute in one system to another, don't expect to see yourself the way you are in the other machine. You are you as environment of this machine allows you to be. You will see this, whatever we told you we should know. Now, the reality, the physicality of the soul of Christ in the dimension of manifestation, the way he was before he goes on the cross, and when he came, would people recognize him? So he could live amongst people. And those who understood the soul, who understood who he is, like his partner and a daughter, they moved across into northern Spain. Now you understand how it's done. Now it's not a mystery anymore. When you are resurrected, when you appear on the strength and the condition of the place and the position and the wish of the soul. The same girl you saw speaking is the same girl who was half mermaid, half, and she went swimming. If you listen to what she said at the beginning of her talk, she wanted to take her partner for a swim. Or that's what she did last time. Or she went to Mars and became Martian, and the green people, she calls it, or whatever. So when you manifest, when you resurrect, would we look at your soul or would we look at the physicality? And then this is what I said, when you see the creatures of the universe, you look at their souls, not their physicality. This is the process of the creation, and we cannot do anything with it. This is the process of creation in the universe, not here that you're from a blue-eyed blonde mom and dad, you become blue-eyed mom and dad. The condition of the environment you're in allows you, plus the environment of the womb of the mother. When you have an interaction between a white and a black, or a Chinese and a black and whatever, the environment of the womb of the mother and what was brought as energy by the father dictates what condition will have, what kind of life will support. A black child, a half caste, which is a half of energy of the both. We look at the DNA, we don't look at the RNA. And RNA is the transmutation system. And it has to come balance how you appear in that position. And the system's getting developed by Keshe Foundation. In the coming months, we can move you from, as I said before, from condition of the earth and set the other system to be condition of Mars, and you'll see how we look when you arrive in Mars. Do we accept you still as a human? Do we still accept as you? Or we say, oh, something else is resurrected as a cow or 6 legs and 20 heads. Now you understand. As people could not understand, you created the Buddha and Christ resurrection and everything else of it. Now people understand. We can all resurrect. We've seen it in the lab yesterday, this week. When you hear in the background when I speak, I kept myself going 2 days with a lot of what they call ganses and everything else, but we could not miss that yesterday and the day before. We set these things up. The couple especially was set up to come in for this specific test. We didn't have time any other time. And my sickness and my illness was irrelevant to what had to be taking place. Because it's the time to share the knowledge openly and understand it. We don't need to go to riot to get killed on the streets in the University of Iran. When we set up a communication link with the Iranians across Iran knowledge seekers through the same system in the coming weeks and months, we don't need to do anything. We elevate, we don't punish, we don't kill. We start ruling the nation through the soul of the nation. But the nation has to be ready for it. We govern from the soul and not in the nation of physicality. And you're all the same. We don't need to go through pains of physical life when you can just move in the dimension of the soul and enjoy the universe. No Russian gas boycotts and no food crisis will bring you any problem. You come to taste new things, as the lady did in the machine yesterday. Mix garlic with orange juice and a banana and see how it comes. That's why the taste is so strange. Now you understand the science, and nobody can deceive you. there will be no resurrection unless you decide. And there is no, this is my body and this is my blood. The gamemanship is over. And it's for you to understand. It's you who decides by the strength of your soul. Like the girls decided to free their mom or became independent, the mothers felt. Because it was done with a pure intention. And the girls knew the mothers suffered. And they was received with open arm and wondering for the first time walking on their own. Because they had to wait upstairs while these four were going through the test. Any other question?
So a knowledge that's been hidden for 2,000 years, over 2,000 years, is being opened up. It wasn't supposed to be hidden, but some people took it and used it to gain notoriety, he said. Others used it and created mysticism out of it, or hid the knowledge in the holy water, as Christianity did, and some others have done different things with it, but it was a concerted effort to basically keep this knowledge from mankind. And now, 2,000 years later, Mr. Keshe is opening up this knowledge for all of us. We all have this capability and understanding. And isn't this, if you can resurrect, isn't this the eternal life that the Creator lives? I don't think he has to go through the, as Mr. Keshe said, Mitra and the Creator are the two exceptions about going through this process. But the rest of us now, the knowledge is being shared that we have this capability. We've always had the capability, but we've thought we didn't have it, or we had to find it a different way. And it's available to all of us. And now this knowledge is being opened up, and systems have been created to actually give us a helping hand and show us how it's actually done, what it feels like. I think one of the more difficult things will be to manifest on Mars. If you don't like the shape, you may not want to manifest on Mars. If my lover comes back or manifests as a drop of water, will I still give the care and affection and love that I give now? It'll be a little difficult because you're not seeing that physicality, and that's why we have to get used to seeing the soul and giving the same thing to the soul, as I understand it, where whether it's a ladybug or a bush or a tree or another person, you give the same respect, admiration, and just love to the ones that don't look exactly like you, or could be another species or whatever. And we'll have this with the universal community as well. I think marriage is definitely on the card. As he indicated, some people get very close to their pet rock or other things that they actually have a relationship with them. And I think we'll see this, although it sounds so far out that most don't have the field strength, that aren't knowledge seekers, to actually understand what's going on here. But they'll all become aware, and they'll all see in the near future, as I understand it. So remember, here, all-purpose plasma, flight, satellite, sign up to bring the peace to this planet through your soul, or the system using your soul, using your structure. Somehow, I don't understand completely, but to bring that elevation to those who are needed, starting with the world leaders, and then probably to the communities and other industrialists, religious leaders, and whoever needs it. As he said, when you go out into space, it's all about serving wherever you can serve and whoever you can serve. And of course, to keep the peace, so to speak, or support this understanding of peace in the universe. So this knowledge, 2,000 years old, and it's just being opened up in a way by Mr. Keshe. So thank you very much, Mr. Keshe, for sharing this, and thank you for building these systems that we couldn't possibly construct in 100 lifetimes. But now we have the knowledge, or we're gaining the knowledge to be able to replicate the elevation of the soul of the man in these systems, and to create and develop the transportation systems for this planet and in deep space. So we're all very privileged to be here, and you're privileged to become your choice to become a satellite soul. And this is a job for the rest of your life. Anyone want to make any comments? And of course, we always, about this time in the program, we come to the Dome of Peace. And don't you see this as a practice in a way? This is a practice for our physicality, but it's doing the same thing in a way. You're spraying in your area, you're becoming that satellite. Now I think there'll be more energized satellites happening, but we're going to continue this process until we bring about the permanent peace on this planet. Every Sunday at noon CEST or 6 p.m. CEST, you can collectively, and he said there's more strength collectively. It adds to the strength, and he said this about the satellites as well. That's why they need hundreds and hundreds of people. So if you're listening to this for the first time in the future, I think most of the people here understand it pretty thoroughly, but you can participate in bringing peace through this satellite, through the elevation of the souls from the top down. And this is the way I see it happening. Although Mr. Keshe is working with us with the Ganses and understanding different aspects of this technology, the change will certainly come more rapidly from the top down. I see it, and then from the bottom up. So let's hear about this Peace Dome, which we can all participate in collectively, and you can do this daily or as often as you'd like. And this is something for our physicality to do.
I don't know if anyone want to read this, Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So you could see how Mr. Keshe is using the matter state in so many ways. We know the Gans water is a matter state, or the Gans is another part of the matter state. We have the solid, liquid, gas, Gans, and then plasma, as I understand it. And this is something for our physicality to practice and do. Now, if we go to the 216th One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace, he's added a second step. Now we're moving into the energy dimension of creating the Dome of Peace through spreading our fields, just the way you're going to do, but at a more energized level through the satellite system. And this is, again, for us to practice, but let's hear the direction here. Right, let's make sure this wants to start.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Anyone? Here? Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe. Thank you.
So that's the second step. Now we're using the energies or spreading the fields of our soul, practicing, as he said. I think this was brought up in Lentz, actually, he said, I'll handle the physicality, and he'd like us to practice using our souls to elevate the 5+1 peace negotiations that are going on in Vienna over the last maybe 18 months or so. So we've been practicing that way. And of course, the next step is to actually become that satellite. And I think the system will be even more energized to bring this elevation for the world leaders, religious leaders, industrialists, and so on. So let us take 5 minutes of silence, practice elevating the world leaders, the IAEA. I think it's back here that we find this. Yes. Whoops. Here. Okay, for 5 minutes of silence. Again, spreading the fields of our soul collectively. I think we can do this, but it may not be as powerful as the system when Mr. Keshe hooks the satellites up to it. I know he mentioned that in the area of art, where he said you don't just take some GANs and put it on some paper and draw a picture. You need to know where to put the GANs, in what combinations, and also what's important in painting and creating this interaction between the two paintings is the strength of the GANs. So we're practicing right now, and we're going to take 5 minutes of silence to use our souls. And again, no one fails this test. Everyone has a certain combination of different fields that certain people on the receiving end, if they choose to receive, can receive it. So we all have different combinations. But as I said, once the work starts to go into the satellite system and you're linked to Lentz, just as in the GANs example, ours are not as strong as the one the foundation made. And even Gianni, I don't know if everyone knows Gianni, but he said he's made lots of GANSes, and he went to the Lentz and he received some GANSes from Mr. Keshe, the foundation, and he said never has he felt Gans's so powerful, so beautiful before, as he did with the ones. So this is just a practice in a way on our own collectively, but I think it'll get turbocharged, supercharged, enhanced once we're actually connected to the system in Linz. It'll become even more powerful. But this just gives us an opportunity to practice. So let's take 5 minutes of silence and use our souls collectively. We've come together in peace, harmony, and we're all here. And many more are here on the soul level that are participating in this as well. So let's take our 5 minutes of silence, and you can do this all the time. Also, just to mention before we do this, that every day at 9 p.m. CEST, the Universal Council, I think Myrnis has brought it up initially, that we meet together collectively and elevate the souls. I think the Brazilian team is doing it on Wednesday specifically for this, but they're also doing a daily meeting and daily intentions as well. As Mr. Keshe said, the Brazilian team is teaching the whole world, including China, and that's a big job and a different culture, but they're reaching them through the fields, as I understand it. So we thank the Brazilian team as well for showing an example of how this is done on a regular and continued basis until we reach the peaceful conditions that we want on this planet. So we're going to take 5 minutes from now. Thank you all for participating in this greatest movement of the soul of the man. And for practicing, no one failed. As I said, Mr. Keshe indicated, no one fails this test. It's just a practice till we move to the next level of the satellites and so on. So where stronger energies, more directed energies, I'm not exactly sure, but he said we're going to use your structure in this satellite program, your souls, you may not even be aware of it, to elevate the world leaders. So this is just a practice session, and thank you very much for practicing. And no one failed the test. Now, I would ask if anyone's here for the first time, but I'm just looking through the list and I don't see any new people, although the team is now up to 240 members. I think when we started, we were at around 200, 203. There may be a few bots in there, but they seem to be taken out by the administrator on a pretty regular basis. So we've grown a little bit over the past year, let's say, and more people are starting to become aware of this. But I think once the technology is really released, such as the energy units and things, more and more people will become involved in this, and that's the way it's going to proceed. And especially as the world leaders become elevated and they mention the Keshe Foundation in their speeches or in their interviews, I think more and more people will obviously want to understand more, and we'll see all the groups, teams growing at a phenomenal rate. So thank you all for participating, and more beauties to be shown in the future, I'm sure. I think Alex is probably over ready to come in. So what I'll do now is just play the disclaimer. He seems to like the ring of the disclaimer for some reason. I don't know why. Alex, are you still on in the background?
I am.
Okay, so let's play the disclaimer
Thank you.
so that Alex can come in and deliver another teaching.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And now let's welcome Alex from Canada, who'll be delivering today's teaching. I don't know what you have in store for us, Alex, but it usually is very provocative and gets us to think quite a bit. And this is what we're learning about our world, our universe, our own creation. And we welcome you with a loud round of applause from our souls. Hopefully you feel it through your emotions and so on and so forth. We're not actually physically clapping, but we're sending you fields of elevation. So thank you very much for being here today with us, and continue to share the knowledge. Are we almost there yet?
Audio, video, how are we doing?
Oh, we see your screen and your audio's perfect.
And thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. This is another beautiful Sunday afternoon in North America. And as this is the Keshe American Knowledge Team, we know that our strength is actually comes from all the knowledge seekers around the world who are supporting us in this endeavor. So the strength of this team is greater than the strength of this team on its face value. It's one of the reasons this meeting is such a success all the time. And so I'd like to get right into it. And this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We're discussing basic outer space, and today's topic is Dreamscape. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is October 9th, 2020. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. As we've seen that October 14th, 2020, we started with this basic teaching. And so we've come to almost 2 years now. And fortunately, we've been able to make some kind of organization out of this. And there's been a progression. And as we've done this progression, we've tried to add different perspectives and get a different viewpoint. Some of the basic viewpoints had to be made to get to a certain point, but now we've discovered new things, and they require new understandings. And dreaming is something we all like to do, and dreaming is something we all do every day. And it's really it's stunning that we know so little about it, because there are a lot of studies about it, but fundamentally there is a lack of explanation, because one of the things that we see is that our tiny red perfect universe here in the bottom right hand corner, that's our tiny perfect world. And when we compare that to the rest of the universe, and that's just in this picture, we can clearly see how insignificant it is. And so when we wonder about is what do we dream about when we do our dreaming? And because there's a couple of things. Number one, a lot of us cannot remember our dreams. Or number two, if we remember our dreams, we're trying to find some kind of context. And the thing about remembering the dreams is you have to have a place. So if you don't have a place, then it's hard to remember your dream. And if you don't have a place, then the question becomes, were you there in the first place? You know, if you weren't aware that you were there, does that mean that you weren't there? Or is there something that is missing from our understanding? Because when we look at this dream business, we see that, you know, what do we dream about when we dream? And can you dictate what you dream? So what do you do in the process of dreaming? And so we find that you know, we have a lot of explanations about energy traveling through the universe in the 3 books: The Universal Order of Creation of Matters, The Origin of the Universe, and then the link, the structure of the light. And so we've been talking a lot about the structure of light, because we find that because of the structure of light and the way it is, our tiny perfect universe is this little tiny red dot. That's our little piece of pie in the sky. And so on this particular journey, which I'm glad that you're joining me on, is we're searching for outer space, because we haven't found outer space. This seems to be some kind of figment of someone's imagination. And I mean, that's all right, but let's look for it. Let's see if we can find out where this outer space is. And so, because it seems to exist, but it doesn't have a substantial existence. So this dream business seems to be like just another kind of hokey pie in the sky, except for the problem being that we all do it. So it's not a matter of not recognizing that we do it. It's a matter of not being able to explain how we do it and what it means. And it's kind of strange, isn't it? Considering the fact that we do this every day. So, we are all satellites on this piece of pie in the sky. But, through our dream state, we can become spaceships. And we do this as dream satellites. And the thing about it is that when we wake up in the morning, we want to come back to this sentimental pie in the sky, which we call Earth. And so this is our place. And we know it's our place is because we created boundaries. And so to find out where exactly this place is, we have to identify what this place is not. And so it's not Venus and it's not Mars. So this is Earth. But this is Earth within the sun space. It's just another planet space, part of sun space. And we come back every morning into our body. And, that it was a humorous thought as to what would happen if you came back into another person's body. Wow, gee whiz. I think there would be a commotion. Let's call it a commotion. But, so as we're trying to understand our place in space, we have to understand that it's our space, man's space, that is really the primary reference point, right? Because even though we are on Earth space, it's us, it's man's space on Earth space. So we are of the understanding that we can take man's space to another space. It still becomes man's space. So therefore, this allows us to move. How far do we move? How do we move? And what is it that we do every night? So what we have to look at is the relationship between what we have in our sleep state. We have the soul of the body and the soul of the man. And to better understand those two, let's look at the fundamental principle of the twinity, where we have the rotating field of the electron and the rotating field of the proton. And the combination of these two is what we call an atom. So there's a relationship. And I've stressed this relationship all the time. And now we have a problem where we have relationships without any reference. How can you have a reference without a reference point? So when we look at the atom and being of its gravitational nature, because it's an electron-proton combination, but in terms of a magnetical ray, it is ready to travel. So it can travel or it cannot travel. And what is the determining factor? And the more we try and figure this thing out, the worse it gets, because you can understand this in the study, but when you go to sleep at night, are you going to be able to translate what you just studied into the dream reality. So one thing we find out is that in terms of our release point of energy, the release of PM ticks comes from the nuclear decay of the neutron into the electron-proton combination. So we have actually different platforms here. We have the neutron, we have the atom, and we have the PM tick. And then there's a process that's all part of this. So it's easy for us to identify reference points when we look at ray creation. And that is shared through emission. And it is also shared through absorption. So the key point here is that all of this is done at light speed. And now we're questioning what speed? What speed? Because everything that we're referencing, well, the reference on Earth is Earth reference. And Earth reference is physical. So we have to understand that there's a plasmatic reference and there's a physical reference, and that one supports the other. So the plasmatic spectrum is of a higher energy state, and the physical spectrum is of a lower energy state. And so there is this unseen bond in between we call the covalent bond. And it is not only between the two states, this covalent bond is prevalent in a lot of places, and it's dynamic, and it's moving all the time. So interestingly enough, when we identify these energy feeding packs, we find that they're coming from all over the universe. And they come basically at a phenomenal speed. And these energy packs are traveling beyond the speed of light. It is only until they come to a reference point where they can manifest from a plasmatic reality into a physical reality, in other words, slowing down their field strength, then now we can see the physicality as a result of it. But this energy feeding is everywhere, always, all over the universe. And so we come to realize that when we look at the basic rules and we say that the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, okay, so what that means is that there's basic magnetical attraction and repulsion, which we call gravitational or magnetical energy forces. And maybe we can understand better that the magnetical is a feeding and the gravitational is a feedback. And you have to have this feedback, because otherwise you'd keep eating and eating and eating, and you never stop eating. So there has to be some kind of signal back and forth. And so this is our reference to the creation of the universe. The universe actually exists from energy. And energy is always positive. So the charge on the energy is the energy in motion. And it is always in motion. And all things are all working in combination. And so now this becomes a problem when we look at the reference points. And if we say, well, you know, one of our most important reference points is the sun. So we are part of the sun space. Another very important reference point we found was the atom. And then there are other reference points like Earth. Earth is a reference point. The moon's a reference point. So is Mars. And by the way, so is your neighbor. So all of these reference points are working together. And we have to figure out how to take these things into account. So based on our current education and our knowledge and our practice, we just don't have enough skills to discern this. So we just have to be aware that these reference points are there, because all things working in combination, so the energy flow is a two-way street. So if we can't see the other flow, we have to know that it's there. So this gets us back to the dreamscape thing. What happens now if I dream and I go somewhere and I have no reference point? Did I actually go there? How do I know I went there? Or how do I know that I didn't go there? So, I'm sorry I'm asking too many questions, but this is the thing. We have to get these answers answered, because this is something that's all part of our daily life. The one thing that is fairly common about this whole subject, the way it is right now, is that when you go to sleep at night, you don't go sleeping with a rocket. And when you go dreaming, you don't go on a rocket. And of course, when you come back, you don't come back with a rocket. So there is something quite natural about dreaming, and there's something totally unnecessary with respect to rockets. So, because if it was necessary, then I think we would do that. And funny enough, when we go to sleep and when we dream, we are kind of doing the same thing as when we were being born. And the point being is that we are not getting enough energy to feed our physicality. So by stopping the drain of energy on our physicality, that is to go to sleep, it liberates our souls to go traveling. And in the process of traveling, the body is still being fed. And so we can increase the feeding to the body. We can turn it on, we can turn it off, or we can change the strength by increasing it or decreasing it. But then another interesting thing is we can change this positioning by either enhancing or diminishing. So in other words, do you have to announce your position? Or is that something that is just natural and is part of the welcoming process? So what do I mean by that? See, the thing is, in the universal community, they accept you for who you are. So this becomes a real dilemma for men, because we cannot hide who we are. We cannot hide the truth. The truth is plainly visible. So we run into a couple of concerns here, and so let's explore this. First of all, in terms of our physicality, we have the brain and we have the body, and then we also have the emotion with respect to the brain and the body. And so this emotion is a field strength, and this emotion is a reference point to the physical field strength of the brain and the physical field strength of the body. So these three work together. And then the question becomes, if when we go to sleep, does the soul of the body leave the body? Or does the soul of the man leave the body? Or both? And where is the field strength for that emotion coming from? And who is dictating that? So that kind of becomes a very random question, but it's not really, because what we see is that there are different field strengths of energies, and we've created them in the cups of life. And this becomes very, very important, because the first thing is first is that each and every one of us need to have the ability to be the last man standing. In other words, when we create the one cup, that we can create a magnetical gravitational field interaction. And then with that, we can create an emotional Gans. And the thing, when we look at this Gans, we find that it has a soul. It has a hole in the Gans. And so there's a soul in the hole. Now the question that we've never asked, what soul is it? Is it the soul of the physicality of the Gans? Or is it the soul of the, how shall I describe it, the soul of the Gans? This becomes a very difficult question, because when we start to look at everything from animate to inanimate objects, rocks, let's say, if rocks have a soul, which soul is it? If cells have a soul, which soul is it? So now we have a situation where if the body has a soul, then the question is, which soul is it? And then when we go dreaming, which soul do we ride? So the creation of the Ganses, which is coming from the plasma universe. And so we see like CO2 Gans, calcium Gans, zinc Gans, copper Gans, water Gans, and amino acid Gans. So all of these Ganses are possible, and just in the cup of life. But you know, we have a periodic table of elements, and every single element on that periodic table can have a Gans. And so we differentiate from the first cup to the second cup by just introducing a copper plate. And that creates what we call the physical cup. And so the Gans in the emotional cup is different from the Gans in the physical cup. And so there's a soul in there, isn't it? And which soul is it? And then when we look at the cup of inertia, what is that? That's the interaction with our environment. Oh, well, our point of view is our space and space. Well, yeah, but during the day, it's on Earth. And at night, you park your body in someplace safe. And so I found that to be the secret to being able to go to sleep quickly. And that is, make sure that you're in a safe place. And make sure that you yourself are happy in that place. So that place is on Earth. And so you are still engaging with the Earth. You're not leaving the Earth. There's a reference point to the Earth. And the interaction with that Earth is the cup of inertia. So we find that all these 5 cups, they work together, and each one has a magnetical gravitational field force and a soul. And then collectively, the 5 cups together have a magnetical gravitational field force and the soul. Now the question comes, which soul? Which soul? When we look at the 3 cups, the cup of soul, the cup of emotion, the cup of physicality, which soul? If it's the cup of emotion and the cup of physicality, then wouldn't the cup of soul be the soul of the body? And if that is the soul of the body, then where is the soul of man? So could it be that the soul of the man is this soul that's in the middle of these three cups and is therefore also present? And so we see how all of these contribute to our feeding. The thing is that they're drawing energy, converging energy into our physicality, and that energy is supplied by the universe without question, without conditions, except that there's no battery to store it. So we can look to the future for a different way of feeding our nations. And this is becoming very, very important in today's era. But the earth needs a feeding as well. And so I want to compare, our men space to our earth space and say, well, okay, we have the soul of the body and the soul of the man. And then what about the earth? So we find that the earth is taking energy in and more in, and is doing this through absorption and attracting energy. But at the same time, it is emitting out and emitting more out, and it does this through repulsion. So this is how you maintain the Magarav condition of the earth. Well, when we go into a dream state, are we anywhere in these fields? Or do we actually completely leave these fields and go somewhere else? So if we were to forget the physical structure of the planet and look at the dynamic plasmatic structure of man's manifestation, our man space within our man space field, and we find that we radiate. And this energy that we radiate is actually a feeding radiance. And then that radiance also gets absorbed. And so that becomes a feedback radiance. The thing is that there's a motion from the feeding radiance to the feedback radiance. And there doesn't seem to be an accounting for the energy traveling along this path. It just, it's like a dream. It just happens. So the thing is that within our soul spectrum, we have a field force, and that becomes our physical manifestation. But outside our physical spectrum, we have a plasmatic manifestation. And so from there, we have this radiance that is transcending the dynamic plasma boundary. And then that becomes the key point, this boundary that we create. Well, this boundary that we create has to take into account more than just the physical. There is this plasmatic. And how can we account for this plasmatic if we can't have a reference to it? In other words, when you have two plasmas and they're interacting, there is no accounting as to the distance, and there's no accounting as to the field strength. But what there is a common denominator. And so when we find this common denominator, then there's an interaction. And this interaction we have found is instantaneous. And it is instantaneous because it's traveling with these PM ticks. So we have this dynamic plasma. And from that dynamic plasma, we emit these PM ticks to another dynamic plasma. And that dynamic plasma absorbs these PM ticks. And it does this instantaneously. And there's no counting here for distance. We're not saying how close or how far this is. And now we want to travel. And so we're doing this the same thing. We are creating our own dynamic plasma within a space enhancement unit. And so we're learning how to be able to achieve this with respect to our physicality. Because when we go to sleep at night, we park our physicality and we go traveling. And so the thing is that when we're talking about instantaneous travel, what that means is from a physical launch point to a physical landing point, we have 0 time travel. But we're doing the same thing when we go to sleep. We're doing the same thing when we dream. And did you ever have to suddenly wake up and then you find that in the process of waking up, you are kind of falling? And really, the reason that is a problem is because you are coming back at such a rate, and so you have, in the process of traveling, you have woken up, and so you're actually experiencing the travel phenomena, and it's quite something. You know, I'm sure you've all, if you think about it, some point in your life, you wake up in the morning and says, "Oh, I'm falling," and then you say, "Well, how can you fall into bed?" And then to make matters worse, you maybe roll right out of bed and fall on the floor, and so you're really falling. But the thing is that this is done at a very rapid pace, and if you don't have an opportunity to remember, then you don't have a reference point. So the art of memory is a physicality. And so the one that's responsible for the memory is the soul of the body. And so we try and remember that. So the soul of the body has to be present. So now, when we look at how we travel and how we want to travel, and let's say we want to go to Mars, and we're looking at it from the point of view of the sun. And so actually we're beyond the sun, and we're looking at, first thing we see beyond the sun, well, we see the earth. And then we see the little men on earth. Then we see the moon. And then we see the Mars. And see, all of these have fields. And all of these have spaces. And they're all part and parcel of the same space. So they're overlapping in space, and how they coexist is by having different field strengths. So they maintain their integrity without, shall we say, distorting the picture. You just have to take it into account. But what we discussed is Mars space, Earth space, man space. And in this process, we still haven't found any proof of outer space. So as we've increased our search and looked at, sun space and different planet spaces and moon space, and then there's these spaces in between, these are all seem to be very physical. And I ask you, do you recall traveling through these spaces in your dreams? And generally speaking, the dreams that we encounter are kind of weird to us. There's some people who, like to interpret dreams for you as if they know what they're doing. But the thing is, it's your dream, it's your experience, and there's a significance for you. So then the question becomes, if these are all the things that we have a reference for in our tiny little perfect world, and our tiny perfect world includes this sun space, so everything there we talked about is really only near space. We still have this vast far space, and we haven't even begun to talk about that, right? When we talk about traveling into outer space, it would be really nice if we could, well, see the nearest moon. It would be kind of cool, right? See your immediate neighbor. Hey, neighbor, how you doing? What you guys doing there? But look at the vastness of the rest of the universe. And is that where we go when we dream? So, in other words, my point is this: if we are dreaming of things, right? We are dreaming of things that we can make a reference to. It's possible that we're just not taking that into account. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? So, in other words, wherever we go, however far we go, we always have enough fuel to go. And we always have enough fuel for the return trip. And so where is this wherever we are going? So we have two problems. We can make a reference to where we're going, and we don't know how we got there. But we sure do know that we went. And we can keep asking more questions. So we see that the difference between the soul of the man and the soul of the body is that the soul of the man, that's the essential you. Whereas the soul of the body, that's the surrogate you. That's you interacting with the environment. And so if we leave our environment behind when we go to sleep, then we could liberate the soul of the body. If we were to say that going to sleep liberates the soul of the man, so then the possibility exists that the soul of the man and the soul of the body would be liberated in the sleep state. There's that possibility, right? So when we're looking at the energy coming through the universe, and we see that there's a convergence of energy into a maggrav condition. So our travel and our reference point has to be a maggrav. And then our travel point has to be a maggrav also. And so why are we having this difficulty? So the thing about the plasma rules is that they increase by at least an order of magnitude. So there's a significant change. It isn't just more or a little bit more, it's a lot more, a whole lot more. And so all of this is part of creation. But because we are not able to converge enough energy together, then we become consuming. And so we go through this natural decay. It's part of the physicality. But when we look at things like the sun, the energy transfer is catalytic. The sun shines all the time. and it doesn't get consumed. And so we find that these energy transfers are also higher in a higher state, and they're higher by many orders of magnitude. So then the thing is that we can define each of these plasma fields by what they absorb and what they don't absorb. So in other words, they are a barrier of energies as well. And this becomes important because we have to be able to have the same thing. If you go to sleep at night and then you go for a dream and then you come back in the morning and you're someone else, well, oh my God, what confusion that is. And you know, we have to figure out how come we can come back guaranteed safely. And the reason we can do that is because there's a connection, and this connection is on a plasmatic level. So if this connection is between our souls and our body, then this connection is also between our tiny perfect world and the rest of the universe. In fact, this is connection is existence between the near space and the far space. And one of the things that makes things happen is the emotion of presence. And this emotion of presence is a present in the soul of the body and in the soul of the man. And is also present in other aspects of it. For instance, the soul of the earth. And then, for instance, the soul of the creator. So just to understand basic plasma, we identify it as either physical or plasmatic. But the thing is that this bonus of being able to create a physical state is a welcome gift. And it's something that is, most of us are not cherishing enough. We want to take this gift and destroy it. For what gain? It doesn't make any sense to me. But this is the thing. We have earth, it is physical, and it is in heaven. And we are part of the universe. And the universe is a benevolent place. And we know that because once you are settled in your safe spot and you go to sleep, you can travel. And you can travel, well, you can travel on Earth, or you can travel above Earth, or you can travel like in far space. One of the reasons that we can't make these references is because we don't know what's out there. So the first thing we have to understand is that something's out there. Nothing's from nothing. So we already are well qualified to be able to go to sleep and to dream. We're just not well qualified to explain it. Until now, there's something happening, and that has to do with these relationships. So we can have this cup of soul, cup of emotion, and cup of physicality have a relationship. And we can move that from the cup of the earth and the inertia between that and the earth. In other words, we can take these three cups and move them to another landing point, wherever that is. And at that point, and if you are successful within your dreams at that point, to be able to manifest in the physicality. And in fact, remember, then you would have a reference point and that you would have a memory as to what happened there. And so these are skills that we need to learn. We haven't been learning them. Not to say that there are those who don't know, or I mean, there are those who do know. There certainly are a lot of people very, very knowledgeable. But as we try and figure it out, we find that when we're looking at our man space, we see that there's two souls, two emotions, and two physicalities. And then we just have the one reference to the earth space, that one physicality, and the interaction between that, which we call the inertia. So in that process, there is some kind of motion. And so now the funny thing is because we covered such a great distance, and let's say we traveled into far space, we don't know how we traveled. We don't know the energy source behind it. We know we had enough fuel to go, and we know we had enough fuel to come back. So, okay, but how do we create this motion? And so this becomes another factor that we have to consider. There are unaccounted for factors that we're not taking into account. We discount them as oh, they're not important. Well, they are important. Everything's important. Everyone's important. And so we find on this planet that we create this peace dome. And it is on this peace dome that we find, thanks to double rainbows, we can actually see this area where the peace dome exists. And it travels right around the world, and it travels within the earth. So that becomes the peace dome in the earth space. But is that the only place it is? And so when we find that through our soul sequencing that we continue to discuss, we find that the soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth is what attracts the soul of the man. And once we have the soul of the man, then the soul of the earth attracts the soul of the body. And then when we have the soul of the body, then we interact with the soul of the earth and we can manifest the physicality. So this becomes a sequencing. So what we're seeing is that 1 and 1 is more than 2. And everything that was created in the process of creating something is still there. It isn't consumed. It isn't lost. It is all part of the process. And so we are doing this in our dream state as well. The difference is we are not manifesting the physicality. We are leaving the physicality behind and going on our dream journey. And the thing that's important is that we come back, and we come back to the right place. So we have to be able to target this properly. And we need to do this gracefully. And we're successful for the majority of time. So it's the soul of the earth that is affecting this relationship, you see. So when we look at the soul of the earth body, that interacts with the soul of the body. And so then that becomes the physicality of the earth body, which of course becomes the physicality of the body. So in order to have a physicality of the body, it has to be on a physicality of some kind of body. So that would be the physicality of the earth body, the earth space, right? So we then clearly have to take other things into account. That becomes the problem. But we still don't know where outer space is. And so we find that there's a limitation with respect to the speed of light. And then we find that one of the problems with these limitations is because it discounts morality, discounts compassion, discounts courage, and in the end, it discounts creation. This is the ethos of the universe. Life wants to live. And you know that because you go to sleep in peace and you wake up in peace. But in the terms of physicality, the speed of light is visible. So if the light is visible, then that is physical space. If the light is non-visible, then that's non-tangible space. So that becomes the rule. And so when we dream and we liberate our souls, then the actual mechanics of how we do this is now being studied. But what we do realize is that the limitations of this dream has nothing to do whether it's near space or far space. It's wherever the soul wants to go. And then furthermore, it may be possible for the soul of the man to go with or without the soul of the body. So the question then comes, would it be possible for the soul of the body to leave without the soul of the man? No. And the reason is simple. The soul of the man is at a higher field strength than the soul of the body. In other words, the soul of the body is faster than the earth light. The soul of the body is the spirit light. But the soul of the man is faster than spirit light. So the soul of the man, shall we say, is the leader. So the soul of the body would be the follower. But if the soul of the body were to leave, who would look after the body? Would the body die, or would the body go into a coma? But now, with what I've brought up today, is to identify this near space and far space. There's a connection. And the thing about this connection, and we've all connected something, right? Say we connected two things with a string. First question you ask is, how long is the string? Well, if you go and dream and then you travel halfway across the universe, how long is your connection? How strong is your connection? And so we find that there is a contiguous connection right across the universe, and it is well organized. So if it's well organized by us, then there's something else that's going on. And so we find that there's a communication in the universal community. And this is at a nebulous speed, faster than Earth light, and obviously faster than Mars light. And so this is all part of the transcendence into the new energy states. So just to be clear, if we're talking about manifestation into physicality, that's materialization. But if we're manifesting into something else, then it's either creation or it's another form of creation. It's always a two-way street. And so the manifestation point does not necessarily mean physical manifestation. So the rules would be on Earth, and then the rules would be on Mars exactly the same. And so that becomes part of the physical reality. And this is one of the problems that we are having. We are always, trying to pursue happiness, but, we're doing this with rockets, and then we've never launched a rocket into outer space, never been into outer space. And so then the airspace rules, do they apply to inner space or outer space? The plasma rules do. And that's what we're doing. So when people ask you about plasma, tell them it's a kind of energy state. And it's helping us to understand our Earth space, finding our inner space and searching for outer space. And it's very, very important because right now we've come into a crisis where this peace dome is not just something that's nice for all of us to do, it's a necessity. It becomes part of the inner space dome of this planet. And so it allows all of us to participate in this great adventure. And to understand is that there are those who are still choosing to bind their energy by taking it at the expense of others. Well, here's what we all understand. The proof of concept is, and I keep referring this to you, you weren't born on Mars, you were born on Earth. So there's a preference and sentimentality for Earth. And you were born. And you weren't born with a rocket. And however you were born, you were using their system. And that system that they were using was for their system from outer space. And so you were born here. And the question then becomes is that the first part of the journey? And then leaving Earth would be the second part of the journey. And so this becomes very interesting. And when we look at our dream space, when we go to sleep at night and then we want to travel, that's a new journey. And so we get to enjoy that journey without losing our body and without having the loss of access to the Earth space. So that's pretty good. But, it's something's incomplete. And so what is incomplete is having to understand that our entry into the universal community has to be peaceful. So when we look at ourselves, we have to understand that we are inherently peaceful. And the universal community is inherently peaceful. So if you are not of this kind of orientation, then you are dysfunctional. You are a disconnect between the soul of the body and the soul of the man. Because the soul of the man understands science and the need for peace. So in our biosphere of peace, we have to understand that we are in an existential crisis and we have to harvest the plasma energy of the plasma universe. So we are doing this in so many different ways, but we are not knowledgeable or skillful enough. And then another phenomenon happened, and that is we had excitable visitors. And they were, I guess, cackling like a bunch of hyenas. They were excitable, they were happy. And is this a reverse dreamscape? In other words, was this their dream? Did this space enhancement unit become their dreamscape? Well, that's pretty funny, isn't it? If we go to dream and we were to encounter these excitable visitors, would they welcome us into their dreamscape? And now that we've opened up a pathway, it's kind of amusing that they have decided to follow the pathway into this dreamscape. Well, are we ready for this? We're post June 6th, and we're still looking for outer space, but we have choices now. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, Teachings on Plasma Science. We're calling all Earth space patriots. The World Peace Treaty needs to be signed with a pen, with your heart, with your soul. You see that the Earth has overlapping fields of life with freedom from boundaries. And so these dreamscapes that we go on every day, they're not affected by whether it's near space or far space. Distance doesn't matter. So what we're looking for is a physical and emotional transformation on this planet. And this transmutation is to bring us from that transparency point to this manifestation point. This is the new knowledge that takes us beyond the nebulous point of the universal inner space of freedom, the universal refugium of nebulous life of the universal community. When you go to sleep, you are in your refugium, your little cocoon of safety. And so we find that these connections with outer space, they are stressing man-made boundaries of thought. And these boundaries need to be stressed because they are holding us back. Plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the outer space age. And thank you all for listening to this lesson. I hope you enjoyed the trip.
Thank you very much, Alex, for sharing your understanding with all of us. Again, I think we've been into, I mean, would you call the moon or circling around the moon deep space? I mean, it is a space. Just my thought. I was looking through the list before you answer that, and I was saying, wow, everyone's already been here. I recognize almost all the names in the list as being here before, and all of a sudden, another Alex appeared in our group. I don't know how he found us, but we, at this point in time in the program, we always ask, is anyone here for the first time? Alex, if you'd like to just state your name and where you're from, perhaps, and how you found us.
Hey there.
Hello.
Hi, everyone. How you doing? I'm Alexander, originally from Canada, and I'm actually in Linz right now with my friend Nikolai, who's been with the studying with Mr. Keshe for, I think, quite some time. There's Nikolai.
Hello. Wow.
And we're actually going into the spaceship enhancement unit tomorrow. So,
Yeah.
or no, sorry, the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. Yeah. So we're very excited.
That's awesome.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Alex.
No, I just glad to see you guys and glad to see you, Nikolai.
Great. A pleasure. Great to be here.
Did you guys book a one-way ticket and you're going to return through the transmutation, or did you buy a round trip ticket?
We are actually very optimistic, and we did book one-way tickets, actually.
Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah, we get to do both of the experiences. We're doing the flight on the first day, and then we return on the second day for the transmutation. But we'll see.
Excellent. Everyone has a different experience in there. So we wish you very well and a lot of enjoyment and opening new dimensions for both of you. Thank you, Alex and Nikolai.
Thanks, Mark. Good to hear your voice and
yes,
all the rest.
Much love to you all.
Great. Great. Wow, Canada is fully represented there. I know Diane had a question earlier, and I think she saved it for this part of the meeting. And let's
see if you want to ask that question again so that everybody hears it.
Yeah, hi Alex. Thank you for all your understanding and teaching. I'm more confused, but I understand like the reference point, but then like the not me, like our physicality, like we it's not really us, but it is because we manifest depending on the energies we carry. Is that about right?
Yeah, it is, and it's a very tough concept to understand. So I really appreciate your question there. The subject matter has to do with boundaries of what this is me and this is not me, and what does that mean? So the moment you put a boundary and you say this is me and this is my fence line, and then outside my fence line, well, that's not me. Well, that's not really possible. If you look at your fingers, you could conceivably look at your fingers and say, well, the tips of your fingers are the physical end of yourself. But that's not true. The aura goes outside of your fingertips. So that's part of you. And so to have this discussion about science in what do you call it, an archaic way, we've always put boundaries on it and saying, so this is me, this is not me, and this is mine, and you know, it creates a problem on this planet because in fact, if we are part of the whole universe, then how can we decide what we are and what we are not? So really, the whole purpose of identifying who we are and what we are is to be able to create some kind of reference point. Now, where this really comes into play, and I'm not going to mention any names, but if you've ever seen a boss, let's say, for instance,
If you like, I can jump here.
Yeah, just give me a moment, Jalal, please.
Go ahead.
So if you've ever seen a boss and that boss is saying, well, you know what? We've created a real mess here. And now that I'm here, we're going to solve this problem. Oh, really? You're going to solve this problem. So really, the reason we have this problem is because you weren't here. And so that individual is basically saying that I will solve this problem because of who I am and because of the capabilities that I have, and totally ignoring the fact that there are other factors that affect this whole thing. And so you'll find that this becomes a path to failure. And this is a kind of arrogance that we have from leadership. So what the leaders need to understand is that the people that they lead are dependent on them for leadership. And if those people are suffering from your leadership, then your leadership needs to change. That's just automatic. That is automatic. And if you are the one, you are the man, you are the guy who knows all the answers, well, the big answer is you have to step down. That's the big answer. And you're not big enough to do that. So that becomes the problem. And so everything that we do, we try and say, well, Europe's got a problem. They can't pay their hydro bills, and they don't have enough energy, and they can't. It doesn't affect me here in North America. We're okay. Well, that's retarded. That's not the way life works. We're all in this together. and I said this before, you don't measure a country's wealth by the wealth of its people, but you measure it by the depth of the poverty of its people. It becomes very important for you and what you consider with respect to your neighbors. And so we have a catastrophe where we have government agencies who are tasked with the responsibility of looking after the entire community, and they are failing. And it's always something else that is more important, something else that we can spend money on that is more important. And so we're not taking care of business. So this becomes the problem when you have boundaries. And then when you have these boundaries, then you say, oh, that's my garbage, but, I'm just going to throw it away and now it's your garbage. Well, there's no place to throw it away. I hope that helps, Diane.
Yeah, it does, definitely. There's a lot to think about. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your question. Jalal, did you want to jump in?
Yes. Hi, everyone. First, I have one comment for Alex here in the picture. Alex, from the beginning, you have a spiral in above you. So what will happen there? So good luck, guys. And secondly, when you are against of yourself and when you are against which you are not yourself, didn't we have it in our reactor box? And how it manifests there? I think if you understand it, you will understand a lot, and in reality, it gives you an idea of behavior. I hope you understand what I mean, guys. When you have a glance of yourself, anyone can answer this question?
Well, what do you mean by GANs of yourself? Sorry.
When you make a glance of the glance of itself, what is inside your reactors, or let's say boxes? Come on, you know the answer. Don't be afraid to be wrong, because with me you are always wrong. So don't hesitate.
All I can think of is your thoughts and your emotions, and then whatever that translates to.
If you understand it in the boxes, then you convert it to what you want. What what kind of gases when you create, let's say, CO2? What you need to create that?
Well, zinc and copper and nanoclouded copper.
So it is a gases of itself, isn't it?
Okay. Didn't you say yourself? GANs of yourself or itself?
Look, my way of looking at things is always related that it is an entity. It have a soul, it have emotion, it have a physicality. So what is the difference between this, what you call copper and nano and reactor, and yourself? It's no different. This is the way I look at it. Now, the question is, when you are yourself and when you are not yourself. So in the boxes, what we are doing, when the GAN says it is itself, when the GAN says it's not itself. When you make a CO2 gas, did you just stand still and look what you are creating? Do this CO2 in any relation, in any form related to the copper and the zinc? What does it have to do with the copper and zinc? But in other way, you created COO. It's itself. You created ZNO. It's itself. This is a very good question, really, if you just look at it. What is the behavior you can behave that you will create yourself? And what is the behavior you behave that you create not yourself?
Well, how can you not put your energy into it? Like, what's not you or me or whatever?
It's always there is energy. You know, energy is all over, all the time, all the spaces, all no spaces, everywhere there is energy. Because what is energy? What is energy?
Motion?
Energy is existence. That means whatever you do, there is energy. You die, there is energy. You live, there is energy. You wake up, there is energy. You sleep, there is energy. So energy is everywhere, every time. It is how you convert. Mr. Cass said, God the creator and man is converter. In any time, in any space, in any moment, you are a Magraph position. The next frame, split of second, next frame, split of second, it's a different energy form. So why you think about energy? It is exactly this, what Alex brought and what you asked. From this behavior, this moment of time and the next moment of time, are you yourself or are you not yourself? And this behavior, we see it in the boxes. But what's really happening there? If we put the, the world, the word of gravitational magnetical interaction, what happened there to give us this condition? What happened there to give us this condition? I hope it's not too much, but but in reality, we are doing it. Stand still and see what you are doing. Why I have copper oxide and why I have CO2? What is happening there? And why I have ZNO and why I have CO2? Why I have carbon field and what does the carbon field have to do with the copper and the zinc? I hope you can answer it yourself. For yourself. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Jalal. I'd like to pick up from there. Diana, how are you doing? Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I got a lot to think about. Thank you very much.
Yeah, there is a lot to think about. And the reason for it is because what you have to understand is that plasma reality is a precursor for the physical reality. So in other words, when we do go to sleep, our souls are making arrangements with other souls. Planning is always done in advance, you see. The thing is that we don't have a reference point. If we say, well, our reference point is just, here within our solar system and stuff like that, and yet you have this universal community, but where exactly are they? There's obviously places beyond our immediate point of reference. So the thing is that there are rules, and we're disobeying these rules, so we're not getting a chance to go there. But now, as we understand that we have to follow these rules, and we inherently want to follow these rules, right? Because life wants to live, and we are part of life. We're part of the creator. So, to think in any other way is retarded. So you have to think in terms of the benefit and not just to yourself. Because at that point in time, if you say, well, I want to do this for the sake of my benefit, well, here's a classic example. Someone wants to talk to someone who, is a clairvoyant. Oh, can you tell me what lottery numbers I should take? Well, see, that's an abuse. Because right off the bat, what you're looking for is the lottery numbers that would allow you to win the lottery. Assuming right off the bat that you deserve to win the lottery or you need to win the lottery more than anyone else. And so because you have this special alliance, you've got the fixes in, right? You've got this special connection with someone who can, see the future. Yes. So you're going to now take care of business for yourself. Well, that's not the way it's going to work. And so we have to understand in ways that I've said before, if your neighbor cannot afford your goods and services, then you're out of business. So the welfare of your neighbor is very important. And the welfare of your neighbor is your business. Oh, wait a second. That's not my problem. That's his problem. I have my problems. You have your problems. You deal with your problems. Well, the criteria here is whether or not there's an abuse. But in terms of the inherent belief with respect to how the universe works, this planet cannot function with this kind of mayhem that's on this planet. It cannot. And it is suffering greatly. And so fortunately, all of us are building the Peace Dome, which is increasing the strength. And think about this strength. This strength is of a higher energy strength than the physicality. And two, it is not specific. In other words, it broadcasts. And when you broadcast, you don't dictate who you broadcast to. You just broadcast. And so anyone who is within range of getting contact from this peace dome is going to benefit from that. And you don't dictate whether or not you give. I will give you my power. Really? You'll give me your power. You cannot give in that regard. What you can do, for instance, if someone is stuck in a driveway, you can put a shoulder to it and push your car out. That's one way that you can contribute. But if you want a society to be good, we have to look at the whole essence of the society where each of us cares for a neighbor. And how can we care for a neighbor when we don't even care about our own family? So what we need to do is to take care of business on the home front, build a plasma reactor inside our home so that we have a place of refuge. And from that point of refuge, we broadcast peace and harmony to the rest of the community. And you don't do that, the way you do that, let's say you go to the washroom and you sit on the throne. Oh, I'm going to give peace now. That's not the way it works. You either are or you are not a believer in peace. You are either a practitioner of peace or you're a warmonger. And if you're a warmonger, then you are binding energy, you are losing energy. So, I'm sorry, that's a bad deal. I don't care, you say you're such a good businessman, but you keep consuming energy. Oh, yes, well, I can always steal it from someone else. Yes, I guess you can. But it's coming to the point now. What's happening in these dreams that we're having? The universal community is having the same dreams. And their dream is of heaven on earth. And so I hope, God, I hope you guys don't meet some interesting people in Linz. Find out how happy these people are, Nikolai. Maybe you can hear them.
Anyone else have something they'd like to bring, unless you're not finished, Alex?
Oh, I'm finished. I made my point. I hope it was clear.
Well, I'll just share a dream with you I had last night. Mr. Keshe appeared in my dream. Of course, it wasn't the first time he's appeared in my dream, or hopefully not the last time he appears in my dream. And I don't know if it was the first dream I had or later on, but I know I had put on the Knowledge Seekers Workshop and went to sleep listening to it. Sometimes that's a good technique to do. But anyway, and of course, in class this week, someone brought up that picture of the spaceship in Eindhoven, the building. And they said that someone is working on this building to refurbish it, and it's getting ready. And Mr. Keshe, she said, used to teach in this building or on this campus. So we were outside the building. You'll like part of this, Alex. Anyway, we were outside the building. We couldn't see Mr. Keshe, but we could all hear his voice. Now, I don't know if we were hearing it audibly or through the soul, but we were waiting there, and somehow someone had poured a concrete pad, and we had a universal body enhancement spaceship unit. And I was asking Mr. Keshe, well, can we put the unit on the concrete pad? Because we wanted to play with it, and he said, no, you have to wait 3 days for the concrete to dry. So anyway, after a while, Mr. Keshe appeared. He came out of the building. We were all on sort of like a veranda or a patio in front of the building. So he walked across campus to another building, and we all followed him over there. And somehow, at least for me, Mr. Keshe disappeared again. But we were still hearing the teaching. I don't know if it was an audible one, or it was through the soul, and maybe it was, because he had brought this up in the beginning of this last workshop, that some of the teachings, or he may decide to teach through the soul. So we were all there. We heard Mr. Keshe, and again, I asked him, can we put the universal unit on the pad? He said, no, you have to wait 3 days for the concrete to dry. Why? I don't know. But anyway, that was part of the dream I do vividly recall. But the knowledge seekers were there. We couldn't see Mr. Keshe, but we were hearing his voice. And I'm not sure whether it was audible or on the soul level. I'm thinking it was on the soul level. But the interesting part about the pad, Alex, no, you have to wait 3 days for the concrete to dry. So anyway, that was my dream. He appeared in the dream, so that means I must have been interacting with his soul. And I just thought I'd share that with everyone.
I think that's a beautiful story.
You worked with concrete a little bit, right?
Yeah, yes, I did.
Do you need 3 days for the concrete to dry?
Well, it all depends on the mixed blend, but yeah, you're gonna need it to get hard. Yes, for sure.
Right. So anyway,
the other thing is that I was having some trouble with a vehicle, and so the question came into my mind, was this stupid thing was needing repairs, and I had to get it to the mechanic, and he had to buy the parts, and time was going to go by, and then in the meantime I had to drive this thing. So I just changed my attitude, and so I basically, I asked the vehicle to hold it together and know that the repairs are coming, and that all you have to do is just, keep it going for a little while, and then maybe you'll be a little bit noisy, but we can do it. And guess what? It worked out perfectly. And this is one of the references that I'm trying to make, is that if you decide what you're going to broadcast, then you put a limitation on it. So if we say that all objects have a soul, so whether they're animate or inanimate, so what's a car? A car is well, it's a machine, right? It's inanimate, but it has a soul, and so we kept it together, and it was wonderful. And the thing was that this repair needed to be done, and it would have been dangerous for me. So that's the silver lining on that particular thing, despite the fact that it put me out of commission for about 2 weeks. So do I begrudge that, or do I say, this is working in mysterious ways? And it's not that I need to explain it, it's I need to react to it. I need to work with it. I need to be at one with it. Okay, I need to accept it. I can't, say, you know what, you are a stupid car and I am the driver, you do what I say. No, no, that is so wrong. That is so wrong. You know, and so I find now that the vehicle is running great, and the vehicle is my friend, and I treat it as such. And every contractor knows that if you take care of your tools take care of you. Well, that's what a vehicle is. You have to take care of your vehicle, and it takes care of you. But I think what we have to understand is that we all have to be a little bit smart. And I'm going to say this because it just came up that there was a lot of flooding in Florida, and there were a lot of electric vehicle fires. Wow. Talk about technology gone wrong. This is the same technology in Germany that is now more expensive to fuel up an electric vehicle than it is an internal combustion vehicle. Good intentions gone bad. This is what happens when uneducated people start running the planet with bad physics, bad science, and bad intentions. And yes, you have the power and you have the control, but guess what? It's limited to the physicality, and it's taking in the weakest energy form possible. And so you are reaping the rewards of that. So now, the fact that we have a capability of communicating on the soul level, what does that say? So, what it says is that we have a physical way of manipulating our situation. And when I say manipulating, if something's broken, you fix it, that's your responsibility. We have an emotional uh, attachment as well. We have to take care of that. And then we have our soul of the body. But now we have the soul of the man. And the rules are the same. It's just that it's at a higher level. And because it is at a higher level, it can do more. It can do things that we don't even think about at the physical level. So this is why I went on today's discussion and say, well, how did we traverse across the universe in our dreams? And where did we go? And because we don't know, we've never been there, or we have no reference, or I don't know if I've been there or not, you know. But the thing is, I can't remember if I was there. So if I can't remember, does that mean I wasn't there? Well, no, I don't think so. But how would I know if I was there? Well, an interesting thing happens, and that is, though there are those who knew that you were there, and so they're watching. So there are activities on different dimensions, and these dimensions are within 3 dimensions, but they're in a higher energy state. So they're capable of doing more, but they still play by the same rules. And now we've gone to a new technology, and apparently this is unheard of by the universal community. So, so we've been told, and I have no reason to doubt that, because let's face it, if you are disconnected from your soul, then you cannot work at that higher level. I'm sorry, you have disqualified yourself. It's your own fault. You are the one who set the boundary, and you said, this is me and this is not me. Great. You call the shots. You're the boss. You're the boss. So the soul of the man is the boss, and the soul of the man is working with the creator, and the soul of the man is your friend and he will never let you down. ever. Thanks, Mark.
Sure, and as we know, the animals do the same thing with dreaming. Actually, some of them probably spend more time in the dream state than they do in the matter state. You know, they say the lions sleep about 23 hours a day, or some of them do. And I asked Mr. Keshe about this. I used to have a dog, and the dog would lay on the floor and go to sleep in the middle of the day, and we'd see the legs moving and the snout puffing and some whimpering, you know, little things like that, and the legs were moving. It's rather comical in a way, but they're doing the same thing. They're actually, and the cats I have now, they both sleep quite a bit. So I think they're entering into this other dimension, which again, Mr. Keshe says is more the reality than the dream. And they're doing the same thing. They might be visiting the mother, they might be interacting with friends they had down the street, or what have you. So these souls can do exactly what we're doing, and they're going to become more elevated as well. It's great that we're going to be able to participate in the elevation of the souls of the world leaders, and then we're going to make observations in 7 to 14 days to see what sort of changes when Mr. Keshe gets all these satellites together and energizes the system. I don't know exactly when that'll be. It's still in the sign-up phase. So again, we encourage all of those who haven't, or who've held back or whatever, but your soul will make that decision to be part of this satellite system and to bring the peace on this planet. So the soul can work that way. It can also work in the dream state in a way. And I know this is what we're heading for, to be able to do these transporting while we're fully conscious of what's going on. So we're very privileged to be here and to be exposed to this knowledge and to be able to accept this knowledge. Our souls know. I think all the souls know, but some souls of physicality are a little stronger than others, and they'll walk away from it. But we're very privileged, and we should stay humble that we were able to receive this knowledge, especially of the resurrection. This has been hidden for over 2 millennia. And now it's getting opened up for all of us to realize we have this capability. So what a phenomenal position and humbling position we're in as knowledge seekers, to bring the change to an entire planet.
Precisely, Mark. And on that note, I want to sign off here and thank everyone for allowing me to present today. And kudos to you for putting on such a great show. And remember that the strength of the North American team is worldwide. So thank you all for participating. I'll be in the background.
Yes, I'd like to see some of those people from NASA join us, but they may not be able to, or there could be a ban on it. I know there was a ban interacting with Mr. Keshe on the old bulletin board at NASA, so maybe only the higher level ones are getting briefed. He said all the direct line to NASA, and they're watching every test. So there must be some cameras there, and every test is being explained to NASA of what's going on in Linz. Of course, as we said, they cannot create or duplicate this system, but they're certainly taking notes and pictures, as I understand it. So NASA could be one of the first space agencies to open this up as well. And of course, when people see they don't need a rocket anymore to move, or they don't need an airplane to move anymore, or even the UFO is looking kind of old-fashioned in a way, I think this is just, again, we're on the cusp of just breaking this open. And again, it's up to the team in Linz, Mr. Keshe, when the time is exactly right, then the switch will be turned on. So we patiently continue to work, continue to spread the knowledge, and it's the best place to be in and around the foundation as I see it at this point. So would anyone else like to add anything today? And I think, Alex, the soul of the man can take the soul of physicality. Most of the time it doesn't. It only shows a glimpse of, and again, the soul is interacting with other souls. And if it showed you that, you probably wouldn't understand the dream at all. So when you're in the dream and you see the mother, that's because the soul of the man has projected back through the brain. So the soul of physicality will partially understand. But we know we can take the soul of physicality with us in these dreams as well. You just have to ask the soul if it would take the soul of physicality and show more. But now we're going to learn to do it fully conscious to create this hurricane or this tornado between the soul of physicality, which in the box that Jalal was just describing, I guess we would call the matter state, and then the nano-coated copper in the CO2 box. When you nano-coat something, you go into a different dimension. So we have the soul not in the matter state, but in the energy state. And so we're getting these two to interact, very similar to the box as I see it, to learn to create these interactions between the two and allow the magnetic field to be reduced and the soul to expand. But we're learning it. We're learning it. But as he said in the clip, if the Buddha was able to reach the same level as the lady in the machine, then yes, he can do it. And he has done it. And it's been reported and documented. And of course, Christ did it too, but it was sort of covered up in a way. That they couldn't find the body, and then they made it into mysticism and so on. So we're on a beautiful path of really exploring who we are. But even when we go into space, I don't know if any of you picked up on it, that he wants us not to be fooled by any magicians or those who call themselves prophets in space. And so we're learning this so we will not be fooled. So apparently there's a couple of pitfalls there that we need to be aware of. He called them magicians or prophets, that we could get fooled by them, but that we wouldn't if we had the knowledge of what we're doing. So very interesting. Would anyone else like, I thought Adrian may appear today. He did say he had some things he'd like to show. I'm going to put my first toroidal coil into service very soon. It's been growing the nano coating for about 6 days. And I may make some zinc oxide later, and just to see how those perform, although there was a couple mistakes in there that I realize now, but that was the first toroidal coil I made. And even Mr. Keshe, with the deep cold that he's had, he's been supporting himself with the Ganses. So it's not that we're going to abandon all this, I don't think. We're still going to be working with the Ganses and the other things when we're in the matter state. But I don't have the full picture. I'm just approximating what I think I understand.
Hey, Mark, it's Nikolai.
Hey.
And hello, everybody else, not just Mark.
Are you across the street? Are you up the street from Linz? I know Mr. Keshe said people would start to feel the fields on the outside of the building as well. How close are you to the location?
We are about 20 minutes by car. There are not terribly many places nearby to book, so we have a 2-bedroom apartment about 20 minutes away by car. But I have a very funny experience I wanted to share.
Good.
In terms of the nanomaterials. We flew into London, and we spent some days in London with some friends, Alex's, and then moved on from there to Slovakia. We had a very cheap flight and took the train here. And as we were leaving the UK, we had our luggage checked by the security, and we have some nanomaterials with us. The nanomaterials had our bags moved aside because they were in our luggage. One was a nano-coated water bottle. So it's a copper water bottle, the outside of which was nano-coated in a cold caustic method. The inside is still copper. And these two hollow nano-coated copper tubes, which I'm calling wands at the moment. And the guards very much didn't understand what these were. And it seems like they can appear completely blank on their scanners. So a funny experience that almost cost us a connecting flight as they pulled things out and were very questioning. We wanted to know why. Well, for Alex, the water bottle was pulled out at another location also. And they said, oh, this has liquid in it. And it didn't. And they open it up and then they find out there's no liquid in it. But they literally couldn't see inside with their X-ray scanners or whatever it is they're using. And these nano-coated wands, I guess, were very confusing for them. And the guy just looked at me and said, well, what are these for? And I said, they're healing wands. And he turned to his partner and they kind of laugh, or I was laughing on the inside, but they looked at each other with that kind of snarl and a disgruntled look, and then kind of said, well, we believe you that these are healing wands, but well, fine, here, take them. So just more proof to us to see these things x-rayed or scanned and having these agents completely confused.
So they could see the shape of the bottle, but they couldn't see what was in it. Like it wasn't transparent on the X-ray.
Yeah, that's right. And so there's nanomaterial only on the outside of this copper water bottle. The inside is still copper where the water would be. And they thought it was full. And so they asked to see it and open it. And then they saw that it's empty and then looked at Alex. I didn't actually see that component, but I had the two wands in my bag. And these are 3/4 inch copper hot water heater lines that have been, so they have this kind of coiled texture or shape to them, and then end caps on the ends. And the inside I've dipped into cup 2, and the outside I've dipped into cup 1, and then I've sealed them with a number of layers of shellac so that you can hold them in the hands. And they're quite nice. They create quite an interesting field. But yeah, the guys were totally bewildered, had no idea what to do because they couldn't see these things. I didn't see the scan, obviously, but they were very questioning and wanted to know what these things were. So
did they think you were magicians and this was part of your magic act?
I don't know what they thought, Mark. I think more they were probably hoping that I don't know, maybe I would answer something stupid and they would get to hit me over the head with them or something. But yeah, no, the nanomaterial is a huge envelope. So I imagine those X-rays never made it back to the machine. It just got stuck inside inside the thousands of layers of carbon.
Very interesting. Yes, I hadn't heard a story like that before.
So next time he said, put this in your checked luggage, please. But anyway, I thought I'd share that funny little anecdotal story. And yeah, I know Liana in Hawaii had a similar experience where TSA pulled coils out of their bags and had no idea what they were looking at and was very confused. So not the first time it's been heard of, apparently.
Yeah, that's the first time I'm hearing of it. Very interesting. Yes, we know it creates a shielding for sure.
So anyway, we're excited for our
I'm glad they
experience
let
in the
you
next few
pass.
days. And
yeah,
so are we. We would have missed our very cheap flight to Bratislava and would have been a little upset about the 7-pound flight not getting on. So much love to all of you in all the places you are, and hope to have something to report next week. We'll be here until Friday in Linz, and then
Excellent.
once we have this experience, we'll find out what the next instructions are, shall we say.
He seems to have different tests for everyone there. A lot of this is also learning for the team and the system. So I don't know what he'll have in store for you, but it's always very beautiful. And hopefully you can share, and I don't know if you'll make a recording or not, depending on what goes on, but that's great that you made it there. Fantastic.
Yeah, we certainly hope to. I think that'll happen regardless of the experience, but we'll let it
And you
unfold as it
really
does.
did book a one-way ticket?
We have one-way tickets.
Excellent. Wow.
Who knows? I know my friend Alex has said that he doesn't want to leave Europe until he can transmute himself around the planet and heal beings and help elevate them in many other ways. So I've been showing him the teachings in the background for the last year or so, maybe a little bit longer. And yeah, as soon as we knew that these things were operational in Linz, he just said, okay, we're booking tickets and we're going to be there right when we're meant to be there. So
Excellent.
that's this
Was
week
it a
for us.
long
And
flight or any delays? How did all that work in the travel end of it?
yeah, I came from Phoenix, and Alex and his girlfriend came from Vancouver. So she's going to be with us as well on the first day in the flight system. And then the second day, it'll just be Alex and I in the transmutation. But as we know at this point, Mr. Keshe is putting people through the transmutation phase that we're expecting to come for the flight system. So we don't actually know what's going to happen in that regard. But yeah, the flights from my end were a little chaotic across the United States. And then over to London, and it feels like until only a few days ago that we kind of got over the jet lag. So it took a little while. And yeah, we had a lovely time exploring in Bratislava in Slovakia, gorgeous little town that we wouldn't have seen if it wasn't for a really cheap flight happening to show up. So really happy for that. And then took the train from there to Linz, which is wonderful. The trains are fantastic. And I was sharing with these guys actually about how much better the body feels when it's moving near the earth as opposed to thousands of feet above it in the plains. It's as if the magnetic field of the planet doesn't reach to that atmosphere as we're used to, and we just get utterly bombarded with radiation or whatever it is. It just like an hour and a half or 2 hour flight from the UK to Bratislava versus the 3 hours on the train in the similar seat. It's like absolutely night and day. The trains are fantastic. Would love not to have to take a plane back to North America if it can be avoided.
Well, I don't think you'll be taking a train back, but hopefully you'll just appear here.
That would be lovely. Maybe I can come and say hello to John in Arizona and hang out with him for a few days or something.
Nikolai.
Hi, Jalal.
Hi, my friend. Nikolai, there is a point where really you can fulfill your wish. Always, Mr. Keshe, put there a free energy, which is matching what you sincerely wish. I hope you can tap on that. Really, really, I hope. So we will be with you, my dear. We support you all the time.
Thank you,
You
Jalal.
and Alex and your his girlfriend.
Thank you. It would be lovely to see your face here. I know you once said September, October, you might come to Linz. So I sent you a message the other day when we went for coffee and had cake, and I thought, I'm going to send Jalal a video.
You will feel me there. believe me, I will take with me some ganses, and yeah, I will be connected with you. Don't worry.
No worries. I never am. You were the first one who came in my dreams when I first started with the Keshe Foundation, and you were teaching me how to do telepathic contact. You were sitting on a bar, and I walked in when I was in my dream state, and I never saw your face, but I knew it was you, and you just showed me something in the dream. I think maybe 4 years ago. So even from the beginning, my friend, you were there.
But Nikolai, I only drink beer. I didn't drink vodka. You remember?
Oh yeah, okay. Beer or maybe coffee with salt.
I can wish you all the best.
Thank you, my dear. And thank you, Jocko, for the nice message, and Randy, you as well. I just got little bubbles in my Telegram from you both, and lovely to hear from you. If there's anybody else here in the meeting who's going to be in Linz this week, please don't hesitate. Reach out, let us know if you're around, if you want to go for a lunch or something. It would be good to meet anybody else who's here, but otherwise we'll meet the team in Linz, and whoever we are meant to meet, we'll be meeting.
So this is the flight simulation test you booked.
And the transmutation.
Yeah.
We did both. One after the other. So Tuesday, the flight simulation, and then Wednesday, the transmutation for Alex and I. Hopefully we don't leave, and then Zoa will have to find her own way from Europe back to meet us.
Great.
In which case, maybe she can learn some German in the system, just in case.
So you're going to be spending 5 days there, or 5 Monday through Friday?
Yeah, we have a few days on the other side of the experience booked here in the place where we're staying, and we expect that we'll also spend at least 1 day at the exhibition center and just meet with whoever is there. And yeah, otherwise, we know the next instructions for what we're doing together will come after that. Every time we looked, and these Sasha or Alex and I are working on a number of projects, and anytime we looked at the set of dates, both of us got kind of a cloudy or a blackness afterwards. We would never hear or know the next step. So it really felt like this was an important stage to come to Linz, and that the next instructions would come afterwards, which are always coming from the universal fields. And so exciting to be here, and to have this finally kind of occur is rather remarkable in a way. We'll keep you posted.
And he said the experience really starts after you leave the center. That's what he had said earlier on, but it sounds like they're having amazing experiences within the units as well. But there's something that starts to happen, I guess, once you leave Linz. This is what he had indicated earlier on.
Yeah, I think that's true, Mark. And we end up finding our purpose or our how we can serve, I think, in a higher order after these experiences. So that's what I'm kind of not expecting, but that's kind of what I think is going to become clear to us as we go into the rest of the week and find out where we go afterwards.
Right, and John is going to be announcing, hopefully shortly, the manufacturing center in Arizona. So hopefully there'll be more going on there within the United States, but I guess they have to wait for certain conditions to clear before that announcement will be made. I think he had mentioned that when everything's ready, John will make the announcement.
Yeah, looking forward to hearing what happens in Phoenix. That would be welcome news to my ears. In fact, that's kind of why I went. One of the reasons why I went down to Arizona for the last 6 months or 5.5 months or so was thinking that would be the next place. And we went and visited with him, I think in May, and Alex got to hang out with John, and we ended up staying a night in his lovely home with him, and got to hang out a little longer. But yeah, I feel like there's something happening there shortly. But I mean, we've been hearing that for a couple of years. So if it's not for another year, then hey, it's always in the divine timing in the end.
Yes, just like in my dream, he said, no, you have to wait 3 days for the concrete to dry.
Just like the resurrection, right, Mark?
Yeah, this is just amazing. We've waited couple thousand years for this knowledge to be opened up for mankind, to realize our beauty and our grace and our capabilities. It's amazing.
Yeah, well, thank you for letting me share, guys. Looking forward to it, and we'll keep you posted.
Someone has sent me a short video. Let me see if I can. Alex, I'm just going to share the screen for a moment. It's a very short video from Ed or Gianni, and let's just see this. Oops, 1 second. There. This is about Gianni's dome, and this is what it's titled. So let's see, it's only a minute and a half long. Let's just see what this is about. I think that was just the first part. Ed, are you with us? Would you like to share? I think you've created this.
Hi, hello, Mark.
It's just a first part, perhaps, of a longer video. That's what it looks like to me. Gianni never told us these domes could fly. We saw one taking off there. Thank you.
Well, no, it was just my interpretation of creating a bubble around the dome. And then it transmutes into the universal environment, and then it travels. So no, it's not a prelude to a longer video. I just wanted to do something with Gianni's video, and I wanted to. It was such a beautiful picture, and so I just wanted to create the image of creating a bubble around it, an energy bubble, and then having it go into the universal environment and traveling towards home, maybe.
Excellent. Thank you, Ed. Let's see if we can put the background back up for a moment. To Nikolai, and well, I would include Alex. He just says, thank you, Nikolai, from Galib. I am so happy to hear you are in Linz. I will not be there physically, but I am looking forward to meeting you on a new level. Jacko, who's also been a traveler in the system in Linz, says our common connection is the dome of peace. Connect and you will see.
Hello, Mark. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Gianni.
Please help me with translation. Spanish or Romanian.
Do we have anyone here who would like to translate? John, I think you're here for Spanish, perhaps. If not John, let's just look down our list here.
Ricardo.
I'm just recuperating my microphone.
Okay, great. Gianni would like some help in translation. I think he has a message or something he'd like to share in the meeting.
Adelante, Gianni, ¿qué quieres comunicar?
Pues lo primero quiero agradecer a Ed para crear este video.
I would like to thank whoever did this video about what I've presented.
That was Ed.
Ed, yes.
Sí, y el video que he hecho está reflectando la intención con que estoy creando los domos.
And this reflects the intention I have when I'm building these domes.
Porque también cuando utilizas un plasma dome, hay posibilidad de viajar con el alma.
Because when you're in the dome, you have the possibility of traveling wherever you please in the dome.
En el modo que está exprimado en el video.
In the way it is being shown in the video.
También hace lo que ha visto Ed, expandiendo el campo alrededor, creando un medio equilibrado.
And it also does the expansion of the energy, as Ed has shown us.
Pero también podemos llevarlo con la fisicalidad, con todo, movernos en cualquier sitio queremos con el domo.
And we can also do this in physicality together with the dome.
Pero esa vez el domo está construido solo por los campos, como me ha mostrado y enseñando el señor Keshe.
And these domes have only been constructed with all the energy, as Mr. Keshe has taught us.
Și el rog, voi trimite multe foto. Quiero agradecer y por favor, si puedes, voy a enviar muchas fotos y videos hechos con domos porque tiene una muy buena conexión. Y gracias.
In the near future, I will send many pictures about the domes we're constructing, and they're very interesting and very in line with what we're learning.
Otra vez, gracias, porque también hoy he hecho un taller y la base fue qué podemos hacer con un domo plasma.
And thank you all. And today I had a teaching here about what we can do with these domes and these knowledge, this knowledge.
Thank you.
Yes, and Gianni is been a very frequent guest of the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group with Rick. So at 7 a.m. on Wednesday, CEST time, you can join the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group. And also, Gianni has appeared a number of times in the Spanish public teaching, I believe, for the Keshe Foundation, where he showed many of his ways of doing things, or the way he understands the plasma technology and is willing to share it. I noticed Mr. Keshe has just appeared, but he's left. So he appeared for about 5 seconds just before Gianni started speaking, and now he's disappeared.
He was acknowledging your dream, Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, Johnny is doing a marvelous job there in Romania. He's built over 10 domes all over the place, and he's working a lot on agriculture and teaching the people there.
We've seen
and in fact,
work,
in the next months, he'll be coming over to America. He'll be traveling all over South and North, maybe North America.
Okay, great. Well, if you're in Connecticut, we have a place for you. If you're on the East Coast of the United States.
Thank you, Mark.
Coming over to teach how to build these domes and how to do the treatment of the ganses. He's only asking for a bit of an assistance to move around, but there are 5 of them that are coming over.
Okay, that's excellent.
¿Qué quería decir, agregar, Gianni?
Quería decir que tenemos invitaciones de todo el mundo.
He's received invitations from all over the world.
Y vamos a hacerlo de una manera que podemos ir a todos los sitios donde somos invitados.
We hope to cover all the places where we have been invited to.
Porque ahora sí que podemos viajar de otra manera, así que todo es posible. Y gracias, Mark, por la invitación.
And now we have learned how to travel in another way, so it's all within our possibilities. And thank you, Mark.
Y claro que vamos a abrazarnos.
And we'll certainly have a good embrace in between each other.
Thank you.
Excellente. So as I said, you can see some of the videos of watching the past programs on the reactor group and see some of the work Gianni's sharing in agriculture, in making things, producing things. There's just so many areas that he's actually worked with and gotten results. So I think he has a lot to share for all of us. I mean, he's done hundreds more things than I have with the plasma. So I'm just trying to add to my knowledge by his grace of sharing the knowledge as he understands it.
Por fin ya hemos resuelto con el internet en el Valle de los Dragones. John?
Yeah, we have managed to fix the internet problems we have had in the Valley of the Dragons here in Romania.
Y mañana, cuando vamos a ir a los testimoniales, lo hacemos de aquí, del valle, que es maravilloso poder hacer eso, dentro de un domo.
And tomorrow we'll be present in the testimonials, and we hope to show everything from inside one of these domes here with the new internet connection.
Y os invito a todos compartir las experiencias que tenéis y es magnífica.
I'm inviting you all over to come and watch the testimonials here tomorrow.
Porque así juntos nos podemos elevar a nosotros y a todas las almas de ese planeta.
So with this, we see tomorrow we can learn how to elevate our souls and elevate the souls of the whole planet.
Thank you.
Yes, thank we. And thank you for reminding us that there is a testimonial program, Rick's monthly testimonials, which I think has been going on a little over 5 years. So if you have anything you'd like to bring or show, that's what that meeting is about. And it's normally at 8 p.m. CEST. So whatever time that is for you, you're all welcome to join the testimonial group, even if you don't have a testimonial, but you just like to be there and learn and to support the program. I know the Brazilian team has thousands, I think Raphael said, of testimonies of people using this and this technology in a small way and in larger ways. We've seen testimonials of hair growing, of ailments being repaired or balanced, and many in the agricultural, recovering trees that would appear to be dead or almost dead, and they come back to life and look very beautiful. So they have many, many testimonials in the thousands in the Brazilian team, and I think he's put something in the American Telegram where you can connect with some of these testimonials. and just to see what others are doing, and you can replicate it. So, and that's what it's all about, understanding this technology with a hands-on, so to speak. It gives you a lot more confidence than if you do it at a distance and you've never really actually made a coil or something like that. But none of this is very difficult, at least in the construction part of it. But as Mr. Keshe said, the limiting factors are understanding the combination of the ganses when you're trying to do something, and also the strength of the ganses. The block has been, of course, our lack of understanding the motion of magnetic fields, the creation of magnetic fields, and the interaction of magnetic fields. But Gianni has seemed to really discover quite a number of things that are very useful in your everyday life, from feeding to energy to agricultural to automotive. So I just want to give him a lot of compliments. And again, it's his way of understanding it. And he's gotten great results. So thank you very much, Gianni.
Mark, ten qui. Quiero anunciar una cosa que vamos a presentar el miércoles, si Rick está de acuerdo.
I would like to present, invite you all to, on Wednesday. We're going to present something very interesting next Wednesday in the Spanish teaching class.
Un experimento donde hemos modificado, bueno, no modificado, completado un coche.
It's the experiment has to do with
John, I think we didn't hear that. It has, the experiment has to do with what? John, are you still with us? Yes, he's here.
John, no te escuchamos. Comprueba tu micrófono.
Somehow the mic is not connected.
Gianni said that has complete a car.
Por la necesidad de viajar en muchos sitios donde no hay electricidad, hemos equipado el coche con un panel fotovoltaico de segunda mano.
We have completed the car with photo cells.
Okay.
Because some places has an electricity.
Baterías que fueron tiradas porque no servían para los coches. 3 baterías.
Some batteries, we take the materials from batteries that was put in on the trash.
Y le hemos recuperado con plasma.
We have recovered with plasma.
Hemos plasmatizado el coche.
We have been make the car plasmatic.
Como ya sabéis.
How you know?
Y ahora cuando llegamos a un sitio no le conectamos con nuestro sistema alimentando también el casa.
And when we arrive to any place, we can connect the car and giving power to the house.
Eso porque fue un pedido para algunos amigos que tienen en zonas donde no tienen electricidad.
That one made because in some place where it's dangerous, places where there is no electricity.
Y para nosotros es muy cómodo porque así como hemos afirmado, tenemos todo lo que necesitamos.
To us, it's very comfortable because we have everything we need on our car.
Y es un punto de vista, todavía estamos en experimentos, pero sí que funciona y nos satisface todas las necesidades que tenemos ahora mismo.
It's it's very it satisfies every need we have it is very comfortable, the use of this car, because it's give us any needs we have in the place where we arrive.
Por momento es lo que con que se podemos asegurar para una familia las mínimas condiciones, con pocos
For the moment-
recursos.
For the moment, is for a few members of a family, is with very few resources. Is we can stay with very few resources. We are in experiment yet, but it's working pretty good.
Pero para quien tiene los recursos, os invito a comprar, adquisicionar de la fundación, porque son muchos mejores.
But who has the resources to get from the foundation is better, because it's much better.
Porque nuestra intención es al final ya no necesitar el panel, solo el plasma.
Because for later is for our needs, we can use only otra vez, Jenny, se me fue lo último.
The plasma energy. Okay. Does my microphone work now?
Yes,
Yes.
John.
Fine.
Go ahead.
I don't know. Zoom is playing up for some reason or other.
Gracias, Ricardo.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks to you. Thanks, Jenny. And I want to say something after Jenny finish. Go ahead, Jenny.
Ok, gracias, Ricardo. El proceso es lo mismo que está hecho en este vídeo.
And this process is shown in the video I'll be showing on el miércoles, ¿no?
Y el miércoles.
Yeah, on Wednesday I'll be showing this video and you'll see the whole process.
El pequeño Melina está comunicando, así que voy a terminar y otra vez gracias.
The small Merlin here is bothering, so Afe says thank you all.
Thank you, Gianni. Ricardo, you wanted to add something?
Vos quería decir algo, Ricardo, ¿sí? Adelante.
Yes, I just want to say thanks to the foundation, to you guys, to Jalal, especially Jalal, and my team of Spanish group team. This Tuesday going to be 3 weeks ago. My landlord's son was at the hospital, and doctors say, please call all the family members. He did not pass this night. And the lady called desperately, very anxious, because his son is going to die. He's 28 and has a liver. And my wife told me to talk with her, and we start to work with the plasma. It happened 3 weeks ago. I asked Jalal something, and well, it's going to be two testimonies, because the guy is the hospital. He's in Oliveview here in LA, and this guy is discharged this week. He's alive and he's pretty good, recovering. And thanks, Mr. Keshe. Thanks, Jalal, for your teaching. And thanks you all. That's it, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo, for serving the community. I see Mr. Keshe has rejoined us. I don't know if he'd like to come in here. Usually he said he'd like to come in if he does, so we'll let him sit for a moment unless he does want to come in. Please feel free to open your mic. Thank you, Gianni. So hopefully we hear from that fella. Is he up and walking around, Ricardo? Or is he still in the mode of recovery?
Okay, he is recovering yet, but he hasn't liver at all. I will write down all the process I give with him, but after talking with Jalal, I talk with the guy and say, we give you a gift, but you need to accept this gift. And after the Monday, tomorrow going to be 8 days or 15 days, I'm not sure. The guy doesn't matter. He lost a lot of blood. He's with the 4 basic gases in a very teeny containers and a patch, CO2 patches with urine on the front and on the back. At the beginning, the nurses take away everything to the trash,
Yeah.
but we put it on the beer toy, inside the toy, and he always keep the impactant. To me, it's impactant that he the not don't let take from him this beer, this little beer, this toy. Always he's hugging and hugging hard to her body.
Okay, that was a bear, not a beer.
It's a bear. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a bear. Yeah.
That was very good. You're
Yeah, he
elevating.
makes it teddy bear.
Teddy bear.
Yes,
It's a teddy bear, yes.
right?
And doctors say it's because alcoholism, but talking to the soul is because he has too much angry all the times and argue with a lot of people, and I'm not sure, but I understand that from the soul, and that's why the liver got sick. And he walks. He's pretty good, conscient. When the day they call us, he has 2 days, 3 days without open the eyes and without movement. And after we start to send the plasma energy, and then the plasma to give the plasma to the mom. But that's very interesting. I think we're going to do a video of the recovery because Gianni told me and give a lot of information how he has treated another persons, and well, I follow all the instruction all you guys had give to me to him, and I'm very happy. I'm not sure if I am very happy than the mom, because I feel so happy. This technology, I think for this play, LA, where I am right now, is like I am opening with your help, opening to give others the knowledge of this technology here. The lady say, I believe in you. I believe in what are you doing. I can see it, but I touch it. Yesterday, I finished the cup of the universe, and I put a picture inside, and I give to her. When she put the hand on the top, she cannot pull to the top of the cup, because it's a very density energy on that cup. It's the most powerful cup I have been feeling, and she believed blind in this technology now. And when I went to talk to the guy this week, And I say, when you get up, I want you help me to spread out this knowledge. And he said, yes, I will.
Beautiful, it sounds like. And you've been sharing these stories with us for over a year that I can remember, maybe even longer. So you've helped another soul experience the resurrection, shall we say? Because it sounded like that if the doctors were calling the family and saying the patient only has so much time as we see it from our point of view, then he was in a desperate condition.
I don't want to say
Mhm.
exactly the stuff, but yes, somebody in that level, I call somebody, some soul of you guys, and I don't going to say right now, later, if it's allowed, because he told me not to say too much about this, but in that soul level, give me like a ping, pool ball, plasmatic, with like spike of energy, and he told me to put inside the brain, and he told me it's a computer, plasmatic computer that will help. When I put the computer in the brain, the guy, we was on camera, and the guy opened the eyes and breath. When I asked this soul who helped, we resuscitate this guy, and he told me exactly, we bring him back. That the exactly words he told me.
The patient.
No, okay, the soul who helped me,
right,
told to me that when I asked, we came back, we bring back, we resuscitate him, and he say exactly, we bring him back. If any of you recognize the answers, we know who say that. And the combination of him told me not to say too much about this computer.
Sure. That's a beautiful story, and you're going to make it into a video, and this fellow may appear maybe next month in the reactor, I mean in the testimonials perhaps, when he recovers a little better.
Oh yes, sure will.
So that's a walking testimonial of going from near death, or what we call death, to a recovery, a beautiful recovery. Thank you for all the souls who participated in that.
Yes, I say the same. Thanks for all the souls who participate in this miracle. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Yala.
Anyone else have something they'd like to bring or share at this point? So we just heard from a couple people who are about 20 minutes away from Linz, Alex and Nikolai, and they're going to be spending some time with the system, with Mr. Keshe in Linz. So that was very beautiful that they're quite close, and they've booked a one-way ticket. And we're hoping to see them return without using the airplane or the train. I guess they'd need an airplane to cross the ocean, sort of speak, to get back to North America. So let's see how all this works out. I know you were at the tail end of a very bad cold, Mr. Keshe, and you were supporting yourself with the Ganses and things, and hopefully you've made a full recovery. And look forward to another full week in Linz. We're very excited about being able to bring the change through the satellites, and we encourage everyone to continue to sign up and also continue to show up in Linz and add your knowledge or your understanding to the system. I guess they need many, many more people there and many, many more satellites to take part in this great movement of the soul of the man, in conjunction with the system at Linz, and being part or an extension as well of the Universal Council working through the soul. And it's going to be so beautiful to hear a world leader maybe not stepping down, but changing his position totally and publicly stating it or exclaiming it to the public. And I think it'll just take a few, and the rest will, and there's probably half of the world leaders ready to come on now, but they're just in fear for their families or their lives themselves by crossing the system. But I think once we see some of the major players from the Pope or Putin or King Charles III or Meloni in Italy start to come forward and they all agree, we're going to have the beginning of the start of a party being planned on this planet. And we know there's a lot of souls that need to come. So hopefully they're all here, or they're on their way here, or they could appear here instantaneously when the time is actually right. And of course, this whole other area being opened up of meeting our family from the universal community. And I think that's been going on perhaps a little in Linz, and it's not been made public, but this is what I'm thinking. As we stated earlier, it's not only for man, but it's also to make the situation palatable for the citizens of the universe to come here and interact without the fear of maybe being hurt or killed or put into a confinement of some sort. So Mr. Keshe is heading this up. So it's working, as I said earlier, a two-way street. It's not only for us to go out into the universe, but it's for the universal community to feel safe here and to be able to manifest themselves as we see it, even though we know they are already here. About a third of the people on this planet are not from here. They're just hiding in the clothes of a man to have an experience in the physicality. But now we're going to be able to meet them and address them and interact with them. And if you can go so far, perhaps even to get engaged to them or marry them. I think this was brought up in some. So there's no limitations, and we're all part of the same family from the same creator. It's just our lack of understanding the creator and the process of creation. Diane says, blessings. Thank you all for the sharing and caring. And of course, Gianni said, oh, good evening. Good evening.
Sorry, I was busy with something else. The situation in Linz is that due to rapid success and development, and us trying to reach the maximum possible combinations of everything else as the second set of systems actually getting put together. The Keshe Foundation team has decided on a what we've done before is not radical, it's a repetition of what we've done before. We are going live from Tuesday and Wednesday. We'll open the Zoom channel, and instead of waiting for testimonials to be recorded, people prior going in are told that when they might be videoed inside the system, or when they come out immediately after, because we found out a lot. There has been a huge progress development in the past 2-3 weeks with a new system being installed. So we will break rules done before, and instead of getting people to give a testimony after, the testimony when they come out is totally different by the time in front of the camera afterwards. But at the same time, it allows people to feel what is going on inside the system and how people react. We planned this a few weeks ago to go live in. We spoke with Dean that we can put the microphones in. But now from Tuesday, we open the Zoom channels of the Keshe Foundation during the process of testing. Expect a lot of unexpected, expect a lot of things people never spoke about. And we, as we are testing systems, literally people will witness when people come out, their first reaction, their first outcome. And maybe a few other things will happen when they're in there. If you listen to the German teaching on Friday, we keep on asking people that they cannot release anything afterwards. This is a non-disclosure on the Keshe Foundation and our permission to open. The lady who was with us, and as we explained on Thursday teaching, went through receiving water by being in the unit and receiving a large amount of water, and then being put to elevate this whole of what we call mass murderers or people. She, in the interview in German language on Friday, disclosed something which didn't disclose to us in the or after the test or during the test. And if you go to the German teaching, you hear it that she says, I saw an Arab looking or Middle Eastern looking guy, is what Mr. Keshe was referring to, but that was something I don't know, too shy, or maybe didn't want to tell Mr. Keshe because I was expecting to be Bill Gates or somebody else. And in fact, for the first time we can reveal, yes, the gentleman was of the Middle Eastern origin. And what she saw was 100% correct, or what she felt and saw. And because of many other tests which are going and we don't reveal the reasons of it and whatever, even when you listen to the disclosures, you do not know what's been set up. You just listen to a story, but we know what we set up to get to this story. So now we open the doors on Tuesday and Wednesday, at least for this week, maybe for the following week. And maybe in specific cases, people can put a question to the people who are going through the trial. And maybe in one of the trials, to pre-test, we'll bring one of the world leaders into operation in the Zoom live. Because the development is so fast, and secondly, we need to make sure every system in our system which is getting developed is correct, and we don't need to redo it or revamp it. So we decided we get as maximum as possible people's reaction. Maybe live, we ask some of you to join us those who become satellite people to participate even this week. We start this process because our 2 vertical systems are in the progress of completion next few 2 or 3 weeks. And the next 2 horizontal systems, which are much bigger, much more powerful, is specifically set for what do you call it, double combination, which means we can create in one the condition of Earth, and we can create another one the condition of another position in the universe or whatever, and see how you land in there, how you look in there, how you feel in there. And so, as I explained in the what do you call it, the discussion on in the presentation last night, that now we are at that verge of doing it, being able to complete it, and so we are ready to deliver. And this time, as knowledge seekers come in, you come in, and if you remember when we did the 129 test, how we went live when we did the testing of the switching things, we went live 24 hours a day. And now we're going back to our work of the past, but this time is work to see what the new space technology is to offer. So if you register yourself as a satellite or you register to be in this, be ready for any eventuality to go through the test. And this will bring us a lot of knowledge, correction, confirmation of what we wanted. I hope many of you will, the announcement will come out tomorrow. That you can, because we don't call it a blueprint, it's a live presentation. People around the world can watch what's the new space technology. And you can invite anyone on YouTube or Zoom to watch the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. I was just wondering why the reason for speeding things up. I was thinking that the souls you're in communication with of the world leaders are asking you to speed it up, saying, we're ready for the change. No?
No, the reason we are speeding it up because we want to get as many combinations as the final 2 systems, vertical and final 2 system flight simulations are getting completed. The reactors are getting built, and even I was in the lab, we changed on Friday. We changed some of, because of the new knowledge which is added, we came to make it more efficient. We made, let's say, I think about 40 reactors. With the decision we made, 2/3 of it goes in the bin because of what we learned. And we better change it now than before. Once we put it on the frame, it's very hard to take it off. So yes, with just Thursday meeting, we've thrown hundreds of thousands of euros of development because we are going 1 step further. I think we must have bet at least 50,000-100,000 euro development and research. Just because we have found a better way to do it, faster way to do it. And the reason we open up and we speed up is to not go on the multiple, what I call redoing it. We want to see every possible way. And hopefully help us not to redo things again and restart things again. We had to correct, if you listen to the testimony of the 2 ladies, this pull to the left showed us a lot of things. Getting pulled, all the passenger, all the knowledge seekers get pulled to the left, go to the other unit. We learn a lot more. And that progress now. We redesigned the whole of the reactors. In fact, what we want you to do, we want you to go up through the chimney, which is above you, then become a Father Christmas, and actually going through the sideway. And that's the only reason. There is no speculation. It's just that we need to learn as much as possible, as fast as possible. But people have to understand what is to come. When we go live on YouTube and the rest, people will tune in to see the new space technology now. It's very boring. It's not going to be very exciting. You sit there for 1 hour, 2 hours, people going through the preparation of their energy to move. And then you are not participant, you're observer. Anyway, that's what is about to happen. If you want to join us on Tuesday and Wednesday to be observer, maybe to put a question, maybe to suggest something, we'll watch all aspects. But on our plan is to bring one of the world leaders in, just for a test, to see if it happens, how it happens, how we can control it, and see if the world leader remembers who's been there, or to him is a dream.
So as you've said in the past, nothing's hidden from the soul. So the soul of the world leaders are fully aware of what is about to happen to the physicality of that world, soul of physicality, and the physicality of...
Let me put it this way to you, if it can be explained this way. The world leader will sleep, will dream, and somebody across the world in Linz will tell you what that dream is, and they'll be puzzled how people may remember, know his dream. You understand? So, what is he asleep and dreaming? The dream comes to us, and we can influence that position. But the interesting thing is that when we send him a message to watch the knowledge seekers, this program, that time, what he sees, people talking thousands of kilometers away, is what he thought he had a dream of. And that's the plan.
So his dream is going to be shared or experienced by one knowledge seeker or many, or wow, this is again.
All of us live will watch it.
Okay.
All of us live. If, let's say, Jalal says, I want to interact with him, we can bring Jalal into the system, remote. And at the soul level, Jalal can ask him, or influence, or share with him, or explain to him what is wrong, and what needs to be done, and what is correct is doing, from other people's point of view. This is a nightmare for world leaders. Somebody else reading their mind, as I call it.
And will this actually be Jalal stating things, or will it be the wishes of the soul of humanity?
It's the discussion of the souls. We all are observer in two souls communicating. as I said, this brought a big shock into Iran. That in the teaching on Thursday, we know Ayatollah Khamenei is dead because his soul is not bound to his physicality. I challenge people to show us. Nobody can cheat the system. But as the situation was blind, and like the lady, she didn't know who we have brought in, and what she said was 100% correct. And she confirmed to the teaching, if you go to the German teaching, that she received so much water and everything else. She didn't give us any, what do you call it, testimonial when she came out, but being of the German speaking, she released it to the German community on Friday. So it should be easy. It should be easy to do. So in a way, we'll see you on Tuesday and Wednesday, and maybe we all learn something new with it.
Beautiful progression, and we're glad things are speeding up in a way. I can't believe all the work that you said you've gotten rid of these reactors and things, and wow. So the development must be fast and furious in a way, maybe not furious, but calm. But there's something happening. I guess we're getting closer to our next level. Are we going to actually see the world leader, or it's going to be the soul? You said, and this is the way it happened in many of the holy books, where kings had certain dreams about things, and then they consulted their court or other people or other ones.
We got the story in public. There are a couple of questions in there that people cannot log in. You have to get in touch with the what do you call it? With Mario, who organizes these things, and I can see law rights. I'm not able to log in my account at Keshe Store after I change my email address. Send the message to store@keft.foundation. They will respond to you. We are at the moment going through a huge turmoil in Keshe Foundation again in our headquarters. A lot of people, literally key people in the Keshe Foundation, are going off for a long time to come back later on in weeks. And these are the people who could manage everything, and now we're gonna lose them for a long time till they come back. And so we're trying to head on this situation of getting every names and everything else out and putting it right. But regarding these two messages here, write to store at, or write to customer services at keshefoundation.org. I think customer services at keshefoundation.org is changed to something new, which is more direct, but
support. Support at keshefoundation.org.
I think it was announced. It could be. I don't have a good memory about this. it'll be answered. A lot of things will be answered. One of our key people has just gone off, and she'll be off for the next few weeks, at least 3, 4, or 5 months. And we have suddenly 3 or 4 of our key people off for a long time, long term. It's not they're not sick, it's just another condition they all had to. They've taken months off, and when they come back, we hopefully go back. And it's very hard to replace these people because they've been with the foundation for years and they know all the ways of doing things. I'll pass this message on regarding, I don't know who this love is. I don't know the name.
That's the German lady that you offered to pick her up and bring her to Linz at one point in time.
We'll see her on Wednesday or Tuesday. I think we'll see her in white. Winter, if I'm correct.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And Charlo, I ask the people in the center to look why your email is not working, to reset it. Anyway, we'll see you hopefully back open on, what do you call it, on Tuesday. Being on Zoom or whatever does not mean affects the satellites or other people. We only contact the satellites. We only contact the people who are booked into the system for whatever reason. And so we might bring even the mobile and transmutation even faster forward. But bring us all, inform as many people as from Monday. That's what's from Tuesday. That's what it's going to be. We just open the Zoom channel and people can join in. And maybe, I mean, you know, everything with us is decided last minute. Maybe we will not go take cameras inside the flight zone. That's for sure. We will not. It's a very high level, very simple, but very high level technology. And we were not prepared at this moment to share it with the public.
Yes, and I noticed from yesterday that Biomed Expo that you're in very close communication with NASA. Apparently they're getting up to date on everything, even though they can't replicate the system, obviously. They must be taking a lot of notes, and there's must be some people there deeply involved here.
More or less, they get more information and knowledge seekers in certain ways.
Right.
Because there's a long-term agreement between the Keshe Foundation and the heads of NASA. And that even though they don't like us, but they always supported us in the background in different ways, and we always shared knowledge with them. And in a way, sharing knowledge is not rubbing their nose in, it's for them to understand coming. And the head of the NASA, who the people we're dealing is not just individuals or somebody. These are top guys who actually had major projects, a major part of NASA. And once we send these messages, it's literally shared by all the top people management in NASA. They are puzzled with the way we have performed in the past week. And in most of the Thursday teaching, they are present. They sit in different channels, their own channels, and large number of NASA scientists listen to the teaching every Thursday. Some are live, some ladies are recording, and they're trying. It's the same with the Chinese. Chinese scientists never miss a single piece of teaching, and they go through it 100 times, what was said, what it meant, what it means.
Yes, it seems like their matter state Artemis is not, it's still springing some leaks, I guess, in the fuel apparatus or something down below near the motors, and they're going to have to sort of buggy it back to the maintenance center, I guess, before it could be delayed a month or 2 months. So they're having some troubles even in the matter state
Yeah,
getting
but I
off the
think
ground.
with NASA people we discuss or we communicate with, they're in the bigger projects of NASA, in Mars and Jupiter and the rest of the programs. And they're financed differently, they operate differently. You got to remember that some 3-4 years ago, NASA cleared for us to even see the black budgets of NASA. They wanted us to go inside and see and what we can do. And they are fully aware of what they do and they're watching what's going to come. We're literally on weekly and daily basis in communication with them because we update them and they understand what's going on. It's not just one person, there are 2, 3 heads of that get debriefed directly every week, every day.
That's beautiful to hear, and thank you for deciding to make a one-race planet out of this planet. I don't think it could ever happen without your presence, and then of course,
we're trying to share the knowledge. I was reading this evening in a meeting, communication with the American ambassador a few weeks ago, and it's very, very interesting that how we are structured communicating with the American administration. And it's very simple. It's part of the text. It's amazing when you don't realize it, and it was done 3-4 months ago. And if you understand the essence of it, it's why Americans always keep the door open with the Keshe Foundation. Oh God, it's somewhere near. Maybe I can read it one paragraph. You understand how we work.
and again, this has not been shared that much with the knowledge seekers ourselves. Sometimes we think we're sort of on an island and hoping the others will join us, but I think there's a lot of lines of communication all over the world between the Keshe Foundation and very, very influential decision or policy makers.
There is a communication to the head of atomic energy recently, as it says, directly to Mr. Grossi. Very recent dates. It says, my companies are at disposal of IAEA if need be in case of any accident or incident in the Ukrainian nuclear power stations under attack by Russians. We have made open our factories as part of IAEA, a lot of you know, and the same communication with all American administration and what we call with the way we work with the embassies and ambassadors. We put very simply that who we take and talk and how we do it. Says, I have already informed Colonel, one of the military top attaches, weeks ago of the shipment of the material. And one paragraph, which really was beautiful when I was reading it. Sometimes we go through this because in the meeting we had to go through it. It says nuclear power plasma system technology being shipped to US in coming days is there for both nations' scientific community to enjoy, and will create millions of jobs in both nations. And this is shared with President Biden directly. So we don't hide, but our communication with the world is very, very direct, and with major, what we call, work of us.
So it does sound like when you said you could transmute something from Iran in 2015 and send it to the White House, and you said the Americans knew it was no joke.
You know, when we do things, you have to understand Iran has different, America has different sections to every part of the world. So we talk in different ways and they talk in different ways, but we still, the negotiations in Vienna is not finished. Actually, it's getting very close. If we don't have the internal problems, we are very, very close to completing. Very close. But the present situation in Iran has put a halt on, because I don't think even the Iranian leaders know if they're going to be empowered the next day, next month, next year. This is the fact that they are facing with what's going on. It could be a small change, or if they push, it could bring a change of government. So a lot of things is, who do we agree with, because the next government could actually throw and shut all the nuclear test centers on that way. I personally don't think if Iran regime changes, the next regime will be so tied up to development of the nuclear weapon side of the technology, and more go towards the commercialization of industrial side. Yeah, I think we'll be very close to that way, and then you'll see that everything changes. But we have to see what comes up in the next few months. Don't forget what we see on the streets of Iran. It's exactly the way these people came into power about 40 years ago. Exactly the same way. They chose one person who was dead or claimed to be killed by the securities, and they started marches and rallies, and then they got another one murdered, and they got more rallies. And now they're using exactly the same, but this time it's all women. It's a repetition of what I saw in 1979, but in reverse, exactly what is going on. Exact repetition. Would this lead to a new leadership? Would this lead to a new hardliners if they come out of it? We don't know. In a way we know, but we have to see how the game is played. We know for a fact in the test we tried to bring Ayatollah Khamenei, and the soul is there, soul of physicality is not there. And physicality is absent, so it means he's passed away. He cannot be alive through our test, we know. We've made that very clear.
So all the nations apparently are very hungry for this technology, but what about this idea of sharing it? That seems to be, they want it, but they don't necessarily or have reached the point of wanting to share it with the others. Is this clearly on the table that it doesn't come with the exclusive rights?
It is, we got to call back, I've said that before. We were invited to a very exclusive hotel and very exclusive villas in the hotel and very exclusive dinners with the top Chinese officers, military, security, and we were invited to this place 2-3 times. The luxury is beyond imagination, and the whole thing, we don't have it in the West, not even the palaces of Europe. And the reason we were there in one occasion was to, after 2-3 days when we were supposed to go, with the head of the negotiation, the head of the Silk Road security, who was a friend of ours, and the head of the national security of China, to meet with the space scientist of the specific test. We got ready in the morning, ready to go, and we were told, sorry, something has happened. One of the leaders has objected to Mr. Keshe to meet with these people because of the security reasons. And so our head of national security, who has become like a friend because we literally spend a lot of time with him, he was appointed to go to the space center with these people. We thought, what does he know about the space program? He goes, after a few hours, he comes back. He says, Mr. Keshe, they have all the things you've taught. The only problem is they don't have the fuel combination. That's why they were inviting you in. They don't want you to see the Chinese achievement, but they cannot get the thing moving because they don't have the fuel. And that's the only thing they wanted you to teach them, how to fly, how do you fuel it. So we know the Chinese are extremely advanced, are testing every possible way. When we talk about the gas production now, you see this was done 14 years ago, 15, 16 years ago. In past 16 years, we never went to it, but now we do because there's another condition we want to bring in. So, for 14 years, the Chinese haven't managed to find a fuel. And it is so simple to produce it. And why do we need gases in the gas state? Because we go for the energy, we're not going for the material state of burning. Anyway, we all learn and we all progress one way or another.
So they buttered up the bread really good, but they were never able to taste it, it sounds like.
They can't do it. They can't do it. I was in a meeting. Chinese are a very strange structure, especially when it comes to their military and security. We stay in a very beautiful surrounding in Beijing. Beautiful surrounding. It's Chinese wealth in the government level. I've been in European monarchies and all sorts I've seen. It's beyond imagination. You can't even imagine these things exist, but it's a very normal way with them. You attend the meeting, a dining table of 40 rotating with at least 70, 80, 100 different dishes on the table is normality. And we see a different side of China than normal people do. And I was invited, actually I stayed in this place for quite a few nights.
And then we invited back for meeting with the high-ranking officers of the Chinese structure. And a lady 3-star general woman came, saw me coming into the what was like a sitting in under the trees and discussing things. So the foreigner, she went, but no, she went crazy. Says, what is foreigner doing here? It's against the law. Oh, she went, but I've never seen a woman going crazy this way. And she went back to the apartment in the building because everybody has his own apartment. And they made a beautiful dinner. And she refused to come down. And they reported it to the head of the nations that this general is refusing to eat with Mr. Keshe. The rest of the generals are all on the table. And she was ordered to attend the dinner. She came in, and the whole dinner time she was rapping and raging, why do we eat with a foreigner? And the Chinese security and the general say, he's one of us. He's not an outsider. He is loyal to the Chinese structure, and we trust him because he's brought so much for us. And at the end, they had to bring a lot of tablets. She was getting a headache. They had to give her a medicine to stop the headache. She says, I cannot, this is against the law of China to have a foreigner with the generals on the table. We know too much, we do too much, but we do everything forward, straightforward. There are a number of pictures with me with the hats of the Chinese generals with their star hats on it, which is a criminal offense. When we meet Jesus, they become friends, 2 or 3 years living there, so they give you their hats with the stars on it, with their uniform, and you're wearing a Chinese general hat. And they give it to you as a gift, you take it home. When I brought the first one to the hotel when I came, the first time, the Chinese could not believe. And they stole it. Actually, the Chinese knowledge seekers, they stole that first hat.
That could be an offense.
It's a gift.
And that's what I was saying, Mr. Keshe. If they had one top scientist working on solving this issue, then they at least had 100 top scientists working on this issue, and they haven't been able to understand it. And you say,
no,
so simple.
It's part of it. It's not that they're not stupid, they understand Iranian. They understand a piece of it and they concentrate on that piece. It's not that they are absolutely useless. They actually work, even the Iranian, the Americans are bent backwards working research on Keshe Foundation.
Like that, yeah.
The Russians are much, in Russian space, there's a heavy, actually I've been told there's a division actually works on the Keshe Foundation technology because they're very close with tokamak and they understand it, but they still go that way, which doesn't work. But in general, it's part of the work. You got to, I mean, when you look at the enhancement unit, the body enhancement unit, if I add 2 pieces to it, it becomes a flying system. Not much. They just need 2 systems in it, and that's just that thing will fly. But we haven't created a creature for a test on the ground. It's the same with our system. That's why it's abnormal to do a flight test in the basement of a building. You usually need a rocket launch and a pad and everything else, runway and the rest of it. But then you have the knowledge of the creator. You work from anywhere, under the ground, in the oceans, all the same. This is one of the biggest shocks to a lot of people in space technology, that we have chosen the basement room or the ground level room, fully concreted, to do a flight test. If you think of it, it's impossibility. People cannot even imagine. That's why they can't believe it can be done. This is the problem with the present time. As you said, they might take the rocket back in maybe a couple of months later to fix a valve. We go underground and we still travel the distance and the space. So
it's hard to believe we're sitting here and listening to you tell us this. I mean, it's just, again, hopefully this makes it into the bigger picture so that everyone can share in this and not be fooled so much.
I'm traveling at the moment and we are busy with sorting a lot of things out. And I have to be in the center for the flight 2 days. And back on travels again, we're trying to establish a lot of things around the world, and gradually we see where we get. The opposition to Keshe Foundation since we started the flight has skyrocketed. And I mean, we are not aware of it, but the opposition by governments has skyrocketed to take the Keshe Foundation off the network. You're not aware of what's going on, but governments are now see this as the biggest problem for them. And they're trying to find a solution to literally take Keshe Foundation off the internet in the next few weeks.
I alluded to something like this because we played your small clip at the beginning of the last workshop where you said about teaching through the soul, not needing a laptop, not being connected to Zoom and so on and so forth. And I had the sense or the feeling that this could be what you were, a way to circumvent that situation.
They are now we have governments literally piling up behind each other to make accusations and then try with the accusations to do what they did in Belgium. Now they're still at it, but now is gone. What we saw with Belgium is nothing to compare to what they're set up to do now. We got it in black and white. We know exactly what they're going to do. Trying to discredit him. So we don't sit and wait for it to do for them what do they want to do. We're doing our own way of doing things. And we shall see. If you thought the Belgians with those court cases were tricky, these the things that started in different fronts that's child play compared to what is coming. Anyway, let's see what we can do and where we come in.
Delightful to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Join us from Tuesday, and you never know, we could be full of surprises.
You always are as a master magician and a master of disguise. So we thank you for all your work in the background that we're not even aware of, haven't even been shared with us, but yet you're working for a beautiful conclusion of this whole process.
We'll see. We'll see what comes out. We never know. Don't forget there was a series called The Tale of Unexpected. We're going to see what's on the tail. But we're expecting it. And see how things take shape. Anyway, join us from Tuesday, Wednesday, and see anyone you see on your Facebooks, on your whatever, to join in. On YouTube, we go live on all channels. People around the world can see the new flight system, and it'll be the first time done this way.
Is this going to be part of the One Planet, One Nation program, or would this be later in the day or earlier?
No, we have a 10 till 5 program, and it goes on our 10 to 5 program. We are not doing anything to, what do you call it, to change. We are going there to do. Wednesday we finish maybe 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, latest 3 o'clock. And we start at 10 in the morning. Then we open the operating room at 10 o'clock in the morning. And we go through the process. And it's a normal day, but instead of us being in there, now we bring you in to see it. Maybe during the time we are waiting for the people to go through the process of the flight or whatever they do, we keep on teaching, we keep on sharing knowledge, we keep on understanding more. And we'll see. We are there to bring the change, but maybe the change has to come much, much faster than we thought. Anyway, thank you very much. And try to get this promoted to as many people around the world to join us live and watch how man will fly in the future. Thank you very much and good night.
Thank you. Thank you from all of us.
Yeah.
Okay, hopefully we've gotten a little satisfaction about the work that's going on in the background. Again, he hasn't, I don't think the foundation has revealed much. They've shown us a few clips in public and only segments of those clips, I think. So there's a lot more activity going on at Linz than we're even fully aware of. Even some of the people that have gone through the system, I think, have been asked not to share in public, or as he said, they signed some sort of exclusive rights to the Keshe Foundation about their experience. So I guess they're not allowed to. But now we're going to have much, much more coming out little by little. Can't believe there's such opposition to such a beautiful technology for peace on the entire planet, and prosperity and feeding, and everyone, there'll be no one cold, going to bed hungry. So this is what we have to channel our emotions into for these world leaders. And I think Mr. Keshe may end up going on the soul level, because it sounds like it's such a threat to the established way of people thinking that they don't want to let the cat out of the bag, as they say, but it's coming out anyway. Anyone else want to add anything else? I will play the flight system that Marius had made in the final disclaimer. Here, of course, is where you would sign up for the flight system, as we all know. Let me put the other background screen up again. Thank you, Gianni. Thank you, Alex, Jalal, everyone who's shared today, Diane, and the rest. Anyone want to add any last words before we conclude this program for today? I know it's late in Europe. It's past 12:30. Thank you for all your communications on the soul level. Alex, any last words from yourself? Hopefully that this has lightened all of our hearts, although he did say that they're quite determined to stop the foundation, but you're working with the universal community, so man's knowledge is pretty low as far as stopping it. But as Mr. Keshe said, he'll just teach on the energy level through the soul. So thank you all for joining. Alex, any last words? I don't think you've departed. I see you here on Two Systems. If not, then anyone else who want to give an opportunity who'd like to say anything?
Yes, Mark, thank you.
Thank all of us. We're all part of it. I think we were meant to be here from the beginning. So very beautiful. There's a song like that. You could probably look it up. Thank you all for attending today. I will play, as I said, Marius's flight system. Somebody put some markings on the screen. Can you erase those? I don't know if you can or not. If not, it might have been an accident. Fine. So we'll play this and the final disclaimer, and then the meeting will come to an end. Ed, you'll have a nice clip for your channel there, and hopefully this will get distributed far and wide. And as we heard from Mr. Keshe, this is no joke. Thank you all again.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.